Ladies and gentlemen, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, we can't hear you. नहीं होते. Rest all, please mute yourselves. Rest all, please mute yourselves. Requesting everyone to mute yourselves.
A very good morning to rest. Okay, am I audible now? You all? Okay, so
Yes.
I'm very, I apologize for the technical delay, but I think we should start now. So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to one and all. I, Anaya Mappari, welcome you all to the first day of this 2 days international conference on multidisciplinary research and artificial intelligence, reforming society and law, organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University New Law College, Pune, India, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association, Jabalpur, India. Artificial intelligence is not just a buzzword. It is a way of technology that is shaping our life in profound ways. It is the science that creates new technology and simplifies human effort. The impact of artificial intelligence is already evident in society. When we ask our mobile phones for directions, or when we ask Alexa to play a game with us, it is a proven fact that machines are replacing human intelligence. To shed light on many such perspectives of artificial intelligence and its impact in society and the field of law, we have amongst us our esteemed panelists who will enlighten us with their speeches over the course of this weekend. With the presence and blessings of the Almighty, I look forward to this techno-savvy conference with eagerness in my eyes and artificial intelligence to support me throughout. I now request my fellow colleague Mukul Arya to kindly introduce the first speaker of the day, Dr. Ujwala Bindale ma'am, who will be commencing the conference with her kind words and informative presentation on AI and human rights. Thank you.
Am I clearly
Yes.
audible and visible? Okay. The rise of AI necessitates a new chapter in the story of human rights, one where algorithms and ethics walk hand in hand. And in order to throw some light on the same, we have amongst us the first speaker of day one of the conference, namely Dr. Ujwala Bindale, the Dean and IC Principal of Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University New Law College, Pune, has thrice been a recipient of the Best Teacher Award. Dr. Bindale is a law graduate of Symbiosis Society Law College, Pune, in the year 1999 with Masters in Law from Pune University in 2001 and a doctorate in Philosophy of Law in 2006 in Property Laws from Bharati Vidyapeeth University. Property laws, constitutional laws, law of torts, research methodology, and international human rights make up the core subjects of our expertise. She is a legal expert appointed by the Bihar and Rajasthan Public Service Commission for their respective Judicial Services Interview Board at the national level, plus a member of the Technical Advisory Committee of International Longevity Center, India. At the international level, Dr. Bindale is a distinguished member of the International Council of Jurists, London, and visited Boston, US in 2010 for Harvard Model United Nations as a legal advisor with students representing Seychelles. Now, without further ado, I would request Ujwala ma'am to proceed with her words of wisdom on the subject matter of AI and human rights.
Thank you. Thank you, Mukul. Well, let me begin with first greeting everyone. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this today's international conference on multidisciplinary research in artificial intelligence, reforming society and law. Organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University New Law College, Pune, India, in collaboration with Social Science and Management Welfare Association. I am indebted towards Professor Dr. D. Vishwakarma Sir, Director, SRF Foundation, and Secretary, Social Sciences and Management Welfare, for this collaboration and supporting this 2 days international conference on AI, which is very well coordinated by Mr. Brajesh Kumar Sir and co-convened by Ms. Rashmi Dubey Madam and Vipasha Chirmule Madam, and of course with the students group, Ms. Anaya and Mr. Mukul. So I welcome today all the particular participants, and wholeheartedly I welcome today's keynote speakers. Firstly, Honorable Dr. Pawan Duggal Sir, Advocate Supreme Court of India and President of cyberlaw.net and Cyberlaw Asia. Besides that, we have other eminent dignitaries, and I also wholeheartedly welcome Cornea Sujdev, a Romania Advisory Board member, International Social Science and Management Welfare Association. And also Professor Ganesh Hingmire sir, the two-timer National IP Awards winner by Government of India in 2015 and 16. Also, we have Dr. Raj Lakshmi Wagh, Assistant Professor in Law, Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University New Law College, Pune, and Ms. Vidya Gupta, Assistant Professor, ILS College, Pune, as well Ms. Divya Mittal, Assistant Professor, ILS College, Pune, who are going to enlighten us for the whole day for this particular international conference. Dear students and dear participants, before I move forward, let me do my formal duty of introducing you all to Bharati Vidyapeeth. Bharati Vidyapeeth is A+ accreditation in NAC in 2017. It is awarded Category 1 deemed to be university grade by UGC and has been ranked 63rd amongst universities by NIRF 2020. Bharati Vidyapeeth Vidyapeeth University were accorded deemed university status in 1996 for its academic excellence. It has programs in innovations and emerging areas, and currently it has 29 constituent institutions, including 3 research institutes. Bharati Vidyapeeth is multi-campus and multidisciplinary and is catering to the needs of urban and rural students. Dear students and participants, all this academic excellence of Bharati Vidyapeeth has been possible only because of Honorable Dr. Patangrao Kadam Saheb, founder of Bharati Vidyapeeth deemed to be university, a visionary who at the age of 18 years decided to establish Bharati Vidyapeeth as a distinct educational institution. Today, Dr. Patangrao Kadam Saheb is the guiding star for whole of Bharati Vidyapeeth fraternity. And to upkeep the academic excellence of Bharati Vidyapeeth, we are blessed with our Chancellor, Professor Dr. Shivaji Rao Kadam Sir, Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vivek Savji Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Vishwajit Kadam Sir, and Dr. Asmita Tai Jagtap, Executive Director, Health Sciences, Bharati Vidyapeeth. Today, under the excellent guidance of our beloved patrons, New Law College has been consistently ranked among the top law institutes of India. New Law College has best practices which we follow at our institutions, like international collaborations, continuous and clinical legal education, social justice through free legal aid, NSS activities, and so on. Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university through its constituent units, not only functions for students' development, but also aims at advancing the quality of teaching and research. Thus, this 2 days international conference on artificial intelligence, reforming society and law is organized to promote the trend of multidisciplinary research amongst the teachers and the students. So, dear participants and teachers, I wish you all the best. And through this particular virtual platform, I am here to remind you all and us all that it is our obligation, and it is obligation on our shoulders, that we have to create the future-ready generations with all these particular advancements in technology, academics, and higher education. And with this understanding, my today's concern will be to speak about AI and human rights striking a balance. Now, before I go ahead with this particular concerns of mine, let me put forward the wordings of Honorable Raghunath Mahashaykar sir, who very well has clearly said and explained that the future of a nation in coming years will be gauged by its ability to convert knowledge into wealth and social good through the process of innovation and inventions. Tomorrow's wars will be fought not by conventional weapons, guns, and missiles, but they will be fought in the knowledge market with thermonuclear weapons called information and knowledge. And so, today's generations need to be equipped with the knowledge of intellectual property rights and artificial intelligence and its impact on human rights. And that is my concern today, to tell you that how very well we should be equipped with AIs and of course the human rights, and we have to strike a balance between them. Let's go towards understanding our concerns of AI. This AI technologies, we all know, they are invented and were invented by human beings to assist human beings for better, quicker productions and add luxury to humankind. But with advent in this technology, we see slowly and steadily AI replacing human beings off their jobs, not only causing serious threats to the economy of families, but also threats to relationships. My attempt today is to tell you about the impact of AI technologies on human rights and how they slowly are replacing human beings from the industries, affecting the basic natural rights of individuals. There is inherent risk of malpractice if over-reliance on AI continues without verifying the work. Further to this, I need to tell you that we all know the traditional 3 generations of human rights. The first generation, which we know, civil and political rights. The second generations are the economic, social, and cultural rights. And of course, the last generation is the generation which is called as collective rights generation. To add into, let me tell you, the fourth generation of human rights, which we should all understand today, are the intellectual property rights. For example, the rights of inventions, designs, creations, and the protections, and more specifically, the AIs, that is the artificial intelligence. When we come towards understanding that these are the new generation rights, and of course, these rights are also very significant for the growth of industry, for the growth of humankind, we need to know how this particular AIs, they have the capability of computer controlled robots to perform responsibilities commonly connected with human aptitude and intelligence. In words of John McCarthy, artificial intelligence is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. AI systems are utilized for varied applications such as assisting medical practitioners, surgeons in conducting surgeries, recognizing handwritings, voice, gauging job applications, loan defaulters, and of course they are assisting all the lawyers and law fraternity now with chat GPT, and of course with many more AIs coming up, which are helping us to get our drafts being drafted within seconds, and of course to have our arguments also done within seconds, which is an easy tool nowadays, even in getting into the law fraternity and affecting the lawyers in coming years. AI has not only become a boon for governments and lawyers and of course everyone throughout the world, but also for multinational companies and private sectors. Big masters in technology are investigating more exclusive capabilities to make AI function just like human beings. Currently, surveillance, biases and discriminations, accountability and liability are some of the significant interferences of AI-induced technology on the society. And this could have or might as well are having a major impact on human rights of individuals throughout the world. So my attempt today is also to tell you how fundamental human rights that are affected by AI and how balance should be struck between both AI and human rights. First right is right to equality and non-discrimination. Let me tell you, artificial intelligence is invention by human brain, and there are many a times chances of biases towards colors, race, caste, religion, or sex, which may contaminate AI systems or designs. In criminal justice system, use of such biased AI designs in detaining or prosecuting any persons will lead to miscarriage of justice. For example, facial recognition systems have been shown to have higher misidentification rates for women and people with darker skin tones. Algorithms can amplify social biases and lead to unfair treatment or discrimination. So what can we do? Thus, we need to have careful development and constant scrutiny of AI systems, which are very essential to prevent unintended negative consequences. The second best right, which I think and which we all should know, is the right to life, liberty, and privacy. In many countries, conventional weapons are being replaced by artificial intelligence induced autonomous machines. These autonomous machines have no human control and could be very dangerous if not monitored, as they may cause deaths of innocent citizens. And AI systems often collect, analyze, and utilize massive amount of personal data. This raises concerns for over privacy infringements and potential misuse of individuals' sensitive information. And that is the reason why we should have effective regulations and governance mechanisms, which are really needed to ensure data protection and prevent abuses. Next and very significant is the right to work, employability. Due to adoption of autonomous automation, major threat has been created to the labor market and threat to right to livelihood and work of more than 12 million women from India will be taken away, and they will be jobless by 2030, which has been forecasted by McKinsey Global Institution. Thus, to mitigate this adverse effect of AI, we have to ensure a just transition for affected workers, and opportunities for reskilling and upskilling is very much needed to be created. Lastly, I would say that the The Toronto Declaration of 2018 has articulated norms to safeguard these basic fundamental human rights in the era of artificial intelligence. The government should adopt the measures suggested by Toronto Declaration and ensure transparency, explainability, accountability in reporting of where and how government use and manage AI systems should be done properly. Government should properly train the operators of AI system. More research is required to see the growth of AI for assisting humankind and as well for protecting the human rights. I believe this particular international conference for this 2 days, and of course with all the dignitaries and of course all the resource persons who are going to enlighten us, are really going to help us towards building an AI powered future that upholds our shared human rights values. So I believe with this few words of mine, I have done a little bit of justice to this topic, and I am back to Mukul and Anaya to take over the rest of the day. And I again thank you all. Thank you. Thanks to SRF and of course Vishwakarma sir for giving me this opportunity. And of course, a great congratulations to Rashmi ma'am and the team of students for conveying this particular conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Cool.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this very informative session as always. AI or no AI, I believe that the process of AI wouldn't have started without human beings. So I believe we are the foundation for everything. So thank you so much, ma'am. We now move on to the next speaker of the day, Dr. Pavan Duggal, sir. I request Mukul to please introduce him to the symposium. Thank you.
ChatGPT will continue to be the rage of all times. Formulation of artificial intelligence regulatory policies and the prime significance of the year 2023 in the cyber legal jurisprudence, and much more have been envisaged and beautifully articulated in one of the latest articles of our next speaker. Moving the conference forward, we have the topic relating to the developments and trends of artificial intelligence in law coming up, which will be dealt with by our second esteemed keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Pavan Duggal. While a practicing advocate at the Supreme Court of India, Dr. Pavan has made an immense impact with an international reputation as an expert and authority on cyber law, cyber security law, cyber crime law, artificial intelligence law, and e-commerce law. Google Bard lists Dr. Pavan as the topmost cyber lawyer in the world. World Domain Day has recognized him as one of the top 10 cyber lawyers around the world. Dr. Pavan is the founder and chairman of International Commission on Cybersecurity Law. He is also the president of cyberlaws.net and has been working inter alia in the pioneering area of mobile law. He is the founder cum honorary chancellor of Cyber Law University. Dr. Duggal is the conference director of the International Conference on Cyber Law, Cybercrime, and Cybersecurity, being the world's only authoritative conference on cyber law, cybercrime, and cybersecurity. He has spoken at over 3,000 conferences, seminars, and workshops in the last 2 decades, and has lectured extensively in various law colleges. As a writer, he has made his mark with 194 books on various aspects of law in the last 20 years. Dr. Duggal's books have been conferred various awards by Book Authority in various categories over a couple of years. AI is the new courtroom clerk, helping organize and retrieve legal information at the speed of thought. With this quote in mind, I would now seek everyone's attention towards the intelligence of Dr. Pavan.
Thank you for your kind words. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be with you. Today, I want to talk to you about certain things that I see on the horizon vis-a-vis AI. I have a presentation. I like to share that presentation. And if it can be shared, I am trying to share it. Is my presentation visible to everyone? I can't see this here, please.
So it's not.
Error has occurred, so let me try to do once again, please.
Sir, it's visible now. You can continue.
Thank you. So today, when I talk about artificial intelligence, I see a distinctive new approach happening globally. First and foremost is the 7 companies who have agreed to go ahead and voluntarily put curbs as giant AI companies so that they are able to put appropriate parameters for controlling AI. I don't see my slides moving, so there's some problem, I gather.
Anaya,
Yes,
please check it.
I think, sir, there's some technical glitch that's there.
Is it because of the size of the call? Can somebody in the technical admin help me, please?
Sure, sir. I'll just look into it. I'm Dr. Bindale here, sir. Good afternoon.
Ma'am, good
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yes, sir. I'll just get over.
So I think it is, now we can see the slides moving, sir. You can continue.
Okay. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to tell you that different countries in the world have now started adopting distinctive new approaches for regulating artificial intelligence. In New York, there's a new law which is mandating that before you use AI for employment purposes, please do the auditing of the same. In India, while the data protection bill has been hailed, India is also now working on a new Digital India Act, which could potentially be covering up elements pertaining to artificial intelligence. Recently, in the month of July, we had organized the Indian National Forum on Artificial Intelligence, where we'd gotten the various stakeholders to collate and contribute on what kind of elements need to go in the making of the Indian strategy on regulating artificial intelligence. There's no denying the fact that AI would require to be regulated, specifically generative AI. So whether it's GPT-4, or whether it's ChatGPT, or whether it's Perplexity.ai, the fact is there are various legal ramifications that have begun to start coming in. Already, ChatGPT can be used as an entry-level coder. India has already got its first ChatGPT-powered AI chatbot called Lexi. So the thumb rule is that AI is getting, as a paradigm, increasingly important center stage attention. In fact, very quickly, this is going to be an integral part of our lives. And that being so, when I look at the definition of John McCarthy as AI being a science and engineering of making intelligent things, especially intelligent computer programs, today generative AI is going far beyond. And it's coming to such an extent that we could potentially be even going ahead and seeing AI superseding human intelligence in the next few years. So, while it continues to grow important, the legalities pertaining to AI will have to be appropriately dealt with. ChatGPT and GPT-4 bring up a Pandora's box of legal issues. And those issues will have to be appropriately looked at as we go forward. So in this book of mine called ChatGPT and Legalities, I've highlighted what kind of distinctive legal and policy issues does ChatGPT bring across. And now with ChatGPT being the foundation for the growth of other generative artificial intelligence, we are now going to see more distinctive issues almost in every offering that we will be seeing. The service providers are pretty clever. They are trying to cover some of these issues, but given the intrinsic nature of generative artificial intelligence, it's very clear that we are not going to see a complete coverage of all these issues till such time there is appropriate legal frameworks. So let's look at what I see on the broadly on the horizon in terms of these issues on generative AI. First and foremost, is the output of AI legal? For that, let me go to the fundamental question. Is ChatGPT or generative AI legal? Well, there's no law which bans it, so presumption is it has got to be legal. But can the output of generative AI be legal? Well, I think that will be dependent on how the evidence laws in different countries are going to evolve. How do you ensure the correctness and authenticity of artificial intelligence output? Will you want to ask service providers to guarantee its genuineness? That may not be possible because service providers are themselves saying, sir, we are incapable of completely guaranteeing the authenticity and veracity. They themselves say in various disclaimers and terms and conditions that our technology is work in progress, and therefore our technology will hallucinate. Therefore, hallucinating of data will be an important issue that will have to be dealt with as we go forward. How do I make AI legally liable for its output? So let's take the recent case of these two lawyers who relied upon the output of ChatGPT and submitted their cut, copy, paste versions from the output given by ChatGPT, only to find that numerous or almost all the cases that were given therein were false, fabricated, and manipulated. There were debarment proceedings, and ultimately these gentlemen got lucky with just a $5,000 fine. But then this could open up new Pandora's box. I think the law will have to come up with legal principles of making AI responsible for its output. For that, again, we'll have to legally recognize AI. We'll have to straddle the responsibility on coders and on companies that are giving these kinds of services. Further, how do we actually ensure that AI provides data protection in an adequate form and also protects my privacy? Because if it does not do so, then there's an intrinsic problem. Today, cyber criminals are very happy because generative AI is being used for the purposes of going ahead and not just perpetuating new crimes, but also for the purposes of ensuring that new versions of these criminal activities are evolving. I think there is an intrinsic connection between cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. And such kind of connection is not being given the kind of focus that it should be given. Why? Because if I have to ask AI to go rogue, the best way for that will be to go ahead and breach the cybersecurity and change the parameters of AI and its coding instructions. While AI is being used for breaching cybersecurity, the good thing is it's also being used for strengthening cybersecurity. It's even being used for potentially detecting attacks and reacting to breaches. Because there are a number of vulnerabilities in AI, cyber criminals are using the said vulnerabilities with gay abandon. Further, there are problems. AI might potentially even be making us lose more jobs. AI is not equal because it's dependent on the big data sets that it has been trained on. And if the data sets are themselves unequal, AI is bound to go ahead and, shall I say, perpetuate inequality. Further, let's now realize a new concept that's coming in our lives, which is artificial stupidity. Our reliance upon AI too much is leading us to be engaging in artificial stupidity. Further, how does the law ensure that the AI becomes ethical? Why? Because ethics is by and large a human phenomenon, a human concept. But then, how do we get robots? How do we get AI to be more ethical? Then, how do we ensure that the rights of AI are also protected? Because AI is getting very significant and it will have its own rights. But should the law go ahead and protect those rights? And if so, in what particular manner? I think this is where the foundational confusion is. Most of the countries are still not clear how to make AI responsible, the legal liability. Also, for buyers, countries are saying, let me now put the responsibility on the coders. Look at the new law on generative AI in China. It is saying that it will be the responsibility of the service provider who's providing the said generative AI to ensure that it has been subjected to appropriate audits so that it can be audited for discrimination and bias. And if you don't do the audit, you are not going to be allowed to go ahead and release your product in the open market. You look at New York, and it says you will have to audit your AI programs for bias before you start using it for employment purposes. Also now with the new kinds of AI crimes emerging in, it's a different ballgame altogether. Because AI is going to be used both by criminals and also by law enforcement agencies. But the rights, duties, and obligations of AI stakeholders will have to be appropriately dealt with. And this is one area where the recent Chinese law on generative AI has done quite a lot of good work, in the sense it's provided the rights, duties, and responsibilities. Further, more and more cybersecurity breaches will now be done using AI. AI crimes have begun to start getting perpetuated on the darknet. AI also is being used for facial recognition, which means that it brings across new challenges vis-a-vis privacy, vis-a-vis data protection. So much so that on the metaverse as well, we are now beginning to see new applications of AI. So my digital avatar on the metaverse is going to be powered by artificial intelligence. And that's going to be a tremendous step forward in terms of further going ahead and giving a bigger thrust to AI per se. On the darknet, everybody is very, very anxious, happy, and excited at the same time, because Almost in all cyber criminal activities on the darknet, AI is providing some kind of unique contribution. But the problem is, should a crime or should a wrong be committed by AI? How do you attribute the same to AI or a coder? How do you go ahead and make sure that the person behind the AI is identified and then appropriate action is taken against the said person? Because attribution is going to be the biggest problem for AI-related conduct, acts, or deeds. Further, somewhere down the line, law will have to put in a duty of care and due diligence as you go forward vis-a-vis AI developers. AI developers cannot say, sir, I've created this AI, I don't know how it works, so don't make me responsible. Sorry. Nobody asked you to create AI. Now that you have created AI, please go ahead and make sure that there are appropriate due diligence, caution, parameters that are built in the intrinsic elements of AI in its developmental process as you develop it. AI is now also being started to be used in courts. So China has begun to start using artificial intelligence in its courts, which is a great stuff. Estonia is actually the global leader. Estonia has already come up with an AI judge. And that judge is now straddled with the responsibility of trying to adjudicate certain commercial claims up to the range of a particular amount. Should you not be satisfied with the decision of the AI judge, you can go ahead and appeal against the human judge. But ultimately, when I look at this European Union's approach on AI in its draft AI Act, the focus is much on a risk-based approach. They want to minimize risk, and therefore they want to put in appropriate parameters in these frameworks. Barring these few legislative developments, most of the countries are in a wait-and-watch approach. They are only saying, let's see how the law develops, and then we will come up with national laws. Till such time that happens, I will only come up with my national policy on AI. So look at the countries and the increasing numbers where they've all come up with national policies on AI, which stipulate how the countries are looking at AI or how they're looking at going to learn or perpetuate the further growth of AI. Of course, Illinois became the first state in the world to come up with a dedicated law on AI in 2020. But the problem is, still by and large, it's a gray zone. And when I now come up to the Indian context, I find that India, we are completely lost in the woods as far as our approach on AI is concerned. There is no legal framework in India governing artificial intelligence yet. The only thing that we currently have is the Information Technology Act 2000, which is Indian cyber law. And this cyber law is basically dealing with several raw materials, use of computers, computer systems, computer networks, computer resources, communication devices, as also data and information in the electronic form. So to a large extent, if you look at AI as just cognitive intelligence of computers and electronic data, it could be in a very, very extended interpretation sense be covered under cyber law, but it's incapable of being covered under the IT Act. Why? Because the law was never drafted keeping in mind AI. But somehow, India can potentially look at the provisions on intermediary liability while affixing the liability of AI coders and AI developers. Why? Because under the Indian law, Section 79 of the IT Act, all intermediaries and service providers are mandated to exercise due diligence while discharging their obligations under the law. Of course, the government has come up with various rules and regulations, including the IT Rules 2021. The government has come up with the IT Directions 2022. But ultimately, India has to realize that a new cyber world order is already evolving, where states are getting powerful, where cybercrime will be the new default option, and where increasing cybersecurity breaches will be a new lifelong companion. So, in this kind of an ecosystem, when India does not have a law on or legal framework on AI, it needs to start working. It has got its national strategy for artificial intelligence in 2018, but that's a 5-year-old strategy. That's a good document, but does not really help much because it's a mother statement document. It tells broad statements of the direction where India needs to go. I think India today requires legal frameworks because more and more Indians have begun to start relying upon ChatGPT, generative AI. And because AI has changed the legal landscape, we require an action quick. Because Indian IT Act is not an AI specific law, you will have to quickly come up with new legal frameworks in AI. Some building blocks of the Information Technology Act can be used while dealing with the legal challenges of AI, but you need to evolve the legal frameworks far quickly. There's actually a need for India to legally recognize artificial intelligence as a legal entity, also have legal enablement of AI ecosystem. Also, India needs to make up its mind on how it wants to go ahead and deal with the issues of subscribing liability to AI. Who will be liable in India in the context of legal harm? That's done by AI. And can the law of tort principles in India, which are again not very well developed, be equally made applicable in the context of AI legal liability? Further, I think we'll have to quickly start putting our house in order. And till such time that happens, companies are required to do proactive due diligence. Well, we do various, at my law firm, we do various services to our clients, including those who are doing work on artificial intelligence, including having proactive policies in place. For example, if you're going to have ChatGPT being accessible to your entire company employees, you'll have to learn from the recent example where a big company lost almost all its intellectual property rights because its employees had put up that IPR on ChatGPT, asking questions by means of which the said IPR came in the big database of ChatGPT. So you will have to be careful. You'll have to wait for the law, but at the same time, you'll have to create more capacities. So at the law firm Pavandugal Associates, every day is a new day for us. We learn, we constantly innovate, and that's what others talk about us as we go forward. I've also created a platform called cyberlawuniversity.com, where I offer courses on cyber laws, cybersecurity, and also artificial intelligence. And these are dedicated courses on AI to actually evaluate and follow up how the developments are taking place at the legal evolution of AI. And these courses have already been done by more than 29,500 professionals from 174 countries, speaking 53 national languages. So I think these figures are telling us there's a need for far more capacity building. The government of India, like other governments, will have to quickly start coming up with not just capacity building, but also with legal frameworks as we go forward. Legal recognition of AI will be crucial if we want to really support and further grow the evolving AI ecosystem in the Indian context. And if we really want, as India, as a thought leader, to be fully prepared, we must lead the world by example. Why? Because change is the only constant. Give yourself a few years, maybe before 2030, and we could even be seeing AI superseding human intelligence. Therefore, this constantly changing legal landscape is actually going ahead and forcing all kinds of stakeholders to wake up from their deep slumber and start focusing on the legal, policy, and regulatory issues pertaining to AI as we go forward. This is a very, very exciting space. It'll be interesting to really to see how the evolving jurisprudence of AI continues to evolve with the passage of time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure talking this morning. Over to you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much, sir. When technology and AI comes into picture, we tend to find shortcuts to do even the simplest of tasks. Decades ago, Google was invented that led us to websites that may provide an answer to our question. But today, ChatGPT directly answers our question thoroughly. So, right from Charles Babbage's analytical engine to ChatGPT, we have certainly come a long way. So, thank you, sir, for shedding light on this topic. I now request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the day,
Yes,
Korina Sujeda ma'am. Thank you.
Proceeding ahead in the symposium, we have come across the matter of artificial intelligence in Romanian state strategies. It can be rightly said that the true power of AI lies in its ability to augment human intelligence, not replace it. Each state must harness this power to enhance its strategic capabilities. This technical subject matter will be dealt by the third eminent speaker of the day, namely Ms. Corina Sajdia. She is a well-known academician and researcher from Romania. Ms. Corina is an eminent speaker and organized a myriad of conferences and other conclaves, both national and international. She is a bona fide advisory board member of the International Social Science and Management Welfare Association. Reserving time for the speakers, I would now request Ms. Corina to kindly take over the symposium.
Thank you so much. I do believe you can hear me now. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share my screen as well.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead and share your.
Okay. It is visible
Yes,
or
ma'am.
still? Okay. So thank you once again to Dr. Devendra for the invitation. I'm always pleased to be here in the conferences you organized very well. So today I would like to talk about artificial intelligence and Romanian state strategies. Would like to start from the definition of artificial intelligence. Even I know most of us, most of you knows this definition very well. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the simulation of human intelligence processes by machines, especially computer systems. Specific application of AI include expert systems, natural languages processing, speech recognition, and machine vision, as my pre-speaker said about ChatGPT, which invaded our space nowadays. John McCarthy is considered as the father of artificial intelligence. And this term, AI, was coined actually by him. In the society, artificial intelligence is reshaping economies, promising to generate productivity gains, improve efficiency, and lower costs. It contributes to better lives and help people make better predictions and more informed decisions. These technologies, however, are still in the infancy, and there remains much promise for AI to address global challenges and promote innovation and growth. At the same time, is also feeling anxieties and ethical concerns. There are questions about the trustworthiness of AI systems, including the dangers of codifying and reinforcing existing biases, such as those related to gender and race. Also, no single country or actor has all the answers to those challenges made by AI. Therefore, need international cooperation and multi-stakeholders responses to guide the development of artificial intelligence for the wider good. As I said, I would like to talk about Romanian strategies and initiatives. In introductions, let me tell you that Romania is the lowest ranking on 27th position from the European Union member states in 2022. Digital Economy and Society Index said. The country is struggling in the human capital dimension with a very low level of basic digital skills compared to the other European Union countries, but maintaining high ranking in the proportion of female ICT specialists in employment. So Romania has the second position, and ICT graduates, we are on the fourth position in European Union states. In order to meet the digital decade target on basic digital skills and ICT specialists, Romania urgently needs to accelerate its digital skills readiness. Despite performing, because there is a performance, the country's low level of digitalization and relatively slow progress is preventing Romanian economy from fully exploiting the opportunities presented by digital technologies. The COVID-19 pandemic impacted as well this rank and changed some significant things in development of artificial intelligence. That's why the national initiatives started, and there was overweight of state strategies. So they're developed by the Ministry of Information Society. The strategy for digital agenda of Romania 2020 was established with the support of other government agencies and public institutions like Ministry of Health, Ministry of National Education, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Transport. This strategy was adopted in 2014, and the implementation was ended in 2020. In the same year, the strategic initiative for digitalization of education in Romania, Smart Edu 2021 to 2027, was developed and went into the public consultation stage. The objectives of the strategic initiatives is to reduce digital gap and, of course, increase socio-economic integration by enhancing digital skills and internet usage among the general public and disadvantaged groups. So, okay, so if we are talking about Romanian national initiatives, one of them is Recovery and Resilience Plan, which was aimed at facilitating a robust recuperation and preparing the country for the future. These consist in 107 investment measures and 64 reforms, which will help Romania become more sustainable resilient, and adaptable to the challenges and, of course, opportunities posed by the green and digital transitions. The plan is supported by an estimated 14 billion euro in grants and about 15 billion euro in loans. Another initiative taken by the Romanian state is the Digital Skills and Job Romania website, which offers a list of events on digital skills, various resources and training opportunities, collections of good practices showcasing successful strategies and initiatives. The platform serves as a hub for information resources from Romania and the European Union, aimed at enhancing the digital skills of Romanian citizens. Previous year, last October 2022, the Romanian Association for Artificial Intelligence and the Union of Informatics Teachers in Romania organized the first pre-university artificial intelligence course in Romania. This is designed and instructed by experts from Bitdefender, professors from the National College Mircea cel Bătrân Râmnicu Vâlcea, and specialists from Google DeepMind UK. This course is a milestone in the artificial intelligence project for schools and high school in Romania. If we are talking about the projects, let me tell you that Romanian universities join forces to open international AI research center as well, because we do believe that the collaboration is the most important when we are talking about projects. So the collaboration between the Polytechnic University, the Medical University, and the Theater and Cinematography University offers a broad spectrum academic expertise that can result in amazing artificial intelligence breakthroughs. The Polytechnic University of Bucharest, the capital of Romania, inaugurated the city's new International Center for Artificial Intelligence. This is a project born from the collaboration, as I said, between this university and other from the capital, and with the support and collaboration of University of the Republic of Moldova, our neighbor country. Furthermore, the project is under the auspices of the Romanian National Commission for UNESCO, as it is supposed to offer opportunities for interdisciplinary research in the field of artificial intelligence. Of course, there are new technology which are on the rise. With the addition of the new International Center for AI, Romania hopes to accelerate the rate of high-tech software innovations. Moreover, it should allow the country to become an important player in the field, boosting European artificial intelligence competitiveness. Now, last year, only 7% of European countries' companies with at least 10 employees used some sort of artificial intelligence application. But we do believe, and this collaboration believe, that number is growing, and according to them, it is expected to reach 33% in the next 6 years. Cooperation, cross-disciplinary cooperation. This center will investigate the application possibilities of artificial intelligence in a wide range of fields. They also include medical applications, education, robotics, cybersecurity, as well as support to the industry of Romania. The rector of the Polytechnic University in Bucharest, Mihnea Costoiu, was quoted by Ager Press, a Romanian press agency, saying that Romania needs an artificial intelligence center to boost innovation and improve what the new technology has to offer for society. At the same time, the rector of the National University of Theatre and Cinematography, Liviu Lukács, explained that the arts, sciences, and technology can now help each other for the benefit of mankind by developing the next steps in the technology. In conclusion, artificial intelligence used to be a concept only found in movies and books. Now, the possible has become real. Many old stories focused on robots overpowering mankind with the hopes of taking over the planet. And why not? We can see nowadays how India reached on the moon. Congratulations for this. Even today, that same basic plot exists where one or more renegade robot aims to destroy or dominate the human race. Advances in robotic production and research have given us Siri, Alexa, Tesla, who don't know them, and automatic medical procedures, to name a few examples. Many people are applauding these present and future uses, while others fear that fewer jobs will be available to people and shudder at the possible pitfalls of artificial intelligence error. Of course, there are sometimes, yes, sometimes there is fear, but we have to believe in ourselves, because as our moderator said at the start, we are the one who discovered artificial intelligence and who will manage in the future as well. So thank you for your attention. This was all about Romanian strategies about artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Romania is a lesser known country in the world, but I was just reading the news that Romania has hired the world's first AI government advisor. So, this just proves that even the smallest of countries and, all around the world, we are progressing with respect to AI. So, thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing this occasion. I would now like to request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the Advocate Sakshar Dugal. Hello, am I audible?
So first we'll have Ganesh sir and Sakshar sir will join us at the end of the meeting. So advancing further towards reforming law and society, cultural entrepreneurship through geographical indication law stands as the succeeding topic to gather knowledge. GI law doesn't just protect products, it preserves the soul of a culture, making it timeless through entrepreneurship. In order to discuss the same, the fourth featured speaker for this day, namely Dr. Ganesh Hingmire, has devoted his precious time to our audience. Professor Hingmire is a renowned intellectual property enthusiast and a winner of 2 consecutive National Intellectual Property Awards in 2015 and 2016, given by the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. He has completed his LLM from Cardiff University, UK, after completing his LLB from renowned ILS Law College, Pune. He has completed several professional trainings, that is, Japan Patent Office, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, IIT Kanpur, and NISCARE. constantly supported various industries for their IPR registration and commercialization since 2002. He has delivered more than 1,000 sessions in different states, including IITs and national law schools, and published 200 plus articles. Not taking much time from the patient audience as well as from the speaker, I would now request Dr. Ganesh to kindly take the helm of the conference in the direction of understanding the significance of GI law for cultural entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Mukul. Thank you, Ananya. And most important thanks to Bendale ma'am and Bharati New Law College for an opportunity to discuss cultural entrepreneurship through GI via AI. Let me add the important and kindly allow me to share my presentation.
Yes, sir, you can share your presentation.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Is it visible?
We can
Is it
just
visible?
see your screen. We can just see your screen, sir.
Yeah, can you see my screen now complete? Is it moving?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Oh, it's something different. I let me.
Till Ganesh sir is sharing the screen, I would just like to inform all the participants that we will take all your questions and feedback at the end. So those who have raised your hands, kindly keep a note of your queries. We will answer them at the end. Thank you.
It's different, I believe. I don't know what. Vijay, Nasira,
Sir,
Can-
sir,
can
I
you-
think it'll work if you
Sure.
just download your PPT and then share it. To
I
the...
have downloaded it, but I think now it should stop. Then
Okay, sir, you can continue. We can find a way to share the PPT with the audience.
1 second. Let me try. Or should I send it to you, base?
So we can find a way later to share the screen of your presentation with the audience later. You can continue right now.
Is it now visible?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it moving?
Yes, sir, it is. You can continue.
So thanks again for an opportunity to discuss the most important but unfortunately most neglected law called GI. And let me connect the GI with the AI. So GI via AI is my today's topic for a discussion for this wonderful international conference arranged by Bharati Vidyapeeth Law College. It is already mentioned by the Mukul and Ananya, and they have introduced me about the national award received by Government of India. This is with respect to the geographical indication contributed. uh, from my side, we have worked for 87, 84 particularly in different part of an India, 50 alone from Maharashtra, and we have had an opportunity to protect the India's intellectual border. I repeat, we have had an opportunity to protect the India's intellectual border through geographical indications. Basically, what is GI? I'm going to talk about that, and then I will connect you all to the GI AI for cultural entrepreneurship. We know two different worlds, culture, and we also know the word entrepreneurships. And before I'm going to the cultural entrepreneurship concept, let me talk about the law, which is, I said, most neglected, unfortunately, throughout India, is a geographical indication. What is basically a geographical indication? Geographical indication is an intellectual property right. We all know intellectual property right, patent, copyright, trademark, design, circuit layout, etc., etc. But many of us might have not heard the law pertaining to geographical indication, and there is a very important nexus which I'm going to share with you with GI and GI and AI for cultural entrepreneurships. So basically, as I say, GI is communities intellectual property, right? This is particularly granted to the various community. It may be the farmer, it may be the weavers, it may be the artisans. They are entitled to get the exclusive right, monopoly right for their uh, unique products, and that is from particular place. So here I gave you an example of few GIs, maybe Mahabaleshwar strawberry, Darjeeling tea, and Goa feni. So what we can understand this about this intellectual property right is area specific unique product can receive the GI, and that has been granted to the community. That we have to understand very well. But there will be now questions in your mind why we are discussing this GI, we are discussing about the AI, and what is the nexus relations. So I'm going to cover that nexus relationship of GI AI very shortly. So here, these are the benefits. There are two type of main benefit you will find for the GI. One is social benefit. So our forefathers basically they've identified certain place to get the unique products. Say for an example, I covered Mahabaleshwar strawberry. So the farmers from that particular hill station identified suitable soil and land to produce strawberry, and they began this activity, and they found the excellent unique product from that particular place called strawberry, and they gave name Mahabaleshwar strawberry. So here it's nothing but the GI is nothing but our forefathers patent that has to be protected, is the main aim behind the GI Act. What is another aim behind the GI Act? To protect the consumer. So if you and me wanted to have the unique product, genuine product, original product, where we have fundamental right to access the original genuine product. However, how many of you really receive the genuine product right now? I'm going to cover various examples of say particularly Banarasi sari, Darjeeling tea. I'm going to cover that. And there I'm going to connect you all to the GI via AI through cultural entrepreneurship. So here, let me first talk about the GI, where I mentioned GI is communities intellectual property right. Fortunately, I had an opportunity to work the highest number of GIs in India and also contributed at international level. But here, let me summarize the benefit of the GI is there to protect unique product, there to receive the premium price, there to basically improve the economic condition of the communities. How GI help the community? How GI help the nation building? Here is the interesting news which I would like to share with you all about the sale value of geographical indication product there in European Union. We all know well-known product called champagne, Scotch whiskies. Those are registered GIs there in European Union. So only the producers of Scotch whiskey or the champagne from the France, they can sell the product in the market, maybe a domestic market at European Union or at international level with champagne or Scotch whiskey name only. So that is their unique product. That is their special product. That is their GI, and then they are the only entitled to sell their product. So what is the benefit? I mentioned about here the premium price, exclusive right, intellectual property right. They took the right benefit. The European Union took the right benefit of their GI, and even during the pandemic in 2020, they had sale value of 75 billion euros for their GI product. And further, you would also find almost 1/5 of their GI products sold outside European Union. So they exported almost 50 billion euros product. So just imagine how much foreign exchange they have generated through their GI. We all know foreign exchange is very important for any nation. The nation's economy is based on the foreign exchange. Some of you might have heard in 1991 what had happened with India. We had no foreign exchange, and we literally need to mortgage our gold. So foreign exchange is an important aspect, and particularly we can say that plays an important role in economic condition of any state. So here, how GI helped the European Union, how GI helping the community, how GI helping the economic prosperity. And now coming to today's topic. Today's topic, I say, and cultural entrepreneurships through GI via AI. I repeat, cultural entrepreneurship through GI via AI. AI, through AI, how we can enforce the GI. First of all, we understood the GI is a law. Second, we understood GI is communities law. Third, we understood the GI benefits are huge for community as well as for nation. Now, fourth, I'm coming to the today's topic of the GI via AI, cultural entrepreneurship. What is current status, current scenario with respect to this law? Whether the law related to the GI, pertaining to the GI, is really enforcing in India or not? If not enforcing in India, what is the reason behind that non-enforcement of this law? The law is enforced in India only to some extent in the form of protection, in the form of registration, what we can say. What is that part registration? So for an example, Banarasi sari received the GI. Then what does it mean? It's actually directly we can say Banarasi sari is a cultural symbol of Banaras. So that is also the heritage symbol of Banaras. There you will find certain communities are involved since generation for making of this Banarasi sari. So that is a cultural symbol, and that cultural symbol is literally used for communities upliftment, day-to-day, what you can say, requirement and food, shelter, etc. To provide the basic fundamental needs apart from that upliftment and regulation, etc. etc. So I'm coming to that. So this cultural symbol of Banaras, which has already got the legal right called geographical indication, whether this has been really enforcing or not. I repeatedly mentioning that, yes, partly it has been enforced. What is that partly? I said registration. So Banarasi Sari is registered GI. Then whether we have really took the complete stand on the protection of the of this particular geographical indication, the answer is no. There is no single case for violation of GI, unfortunately, happened in India. However, some of the cases fought by Darjeeling there in European Union. I'm coming to that shortly. But before that, let me focus here on this particular violation of law with respect to the GI, that that particular community involved in making of this Banarasi sari has not yet taken action against the violation of this law. Where you will find the violation of GI? The violation is fake Banarasi sari, the duplicate Banarasi sari, the counterfeit Banarasi sari are coming from adjacent nation, and they are selling that sari as a Banarasi sari. Now, what this will happen? This will absolutely hamper the what I said, cultural entrepreneurships. The cultural entrepreneurship is that I said communities are involved of making this sari. They have their livelihood on this making of saris. But if the cheap, duplicate, fake, counterfeit, particularly products from adjacent place is coming and selling in the market with very less price, because those sarees may be what we can say made with the power loom and may not have the speciality, but it's like similar but not original. In that case, what will be the impact? The impact is very serious. The community will have to lose their right, their legal right, their intellectual property right, and they have no source. So in this situation, what would be the solution? In this situation, AI would be a supportive solution. How AI would be a supportive solution? Today, even I ask, there may be 100 participants right now here. If I ask, how many of you have purchased the Banarasi sari? If I get an answer 10, then further, if I ask the question, how many of you have purchased the original Banarasi sari? I may find only 2% say, oh, I only purchased the original Banarasi sari. So what does it mean? 80 to 90% consumers are not aware of the fact of particularly original products. So what is the solution to this? So consumer is not aware of the genuine product, original product, GI product. In this scenario, what we found, particularly being into working for this GI, and when we particularly thinking about the enforcement of the GI, we found AI could be a tool to bridge the gap between the producers and consumer. So here, we can use AI as a tool, and while making of the Banarasi sari, we can fix up the QR code or traceability kind of a technology at the time of making of this Banarasi sari, and through that, a consumer who may buy this sari or such kind of unique product or GI product, he can immediately scan that QR code and then get the entire detail. Okay, XYZ lady from Banaras made this sari on this date with this things. The entire data would be available. In that case, the consumer will get the original product. In that case, the genuine producer will also get the benefit. And the most important thing will happen, fake product will have to go out of from India's market, not only from India's market, but also international market. The similar thing which you will find for the Pashmina there in Europe, the Pashmina which is available. I've been traveling several times because I represented it WTO from India. And when I was there in Geneva, I found the duplicate Pashmina was available in Geneva. So that should not be happen to our genuine product, our important product. Otherwise, that the art, the color, what we can say, will be vanished throughout this. And this is not only happening with the handicraft product or clothing product, but also happening the agricultural product. Basmati also received the GI. This is, as I said, not only happening for the clothing or textile product, but it's also happening for the agriculture product. Here is the Darjeeling tea. Right now, many teas related to, say, particularly from adjacent area. Here is a clear-cut news by the Economic Times. Nepal tea fakes threat to Darjeeling tea. They are selling that is like Darjeeling tea. So what will happen? The gardens which are there in the Darjeeling tea, if they are producing the real genuine Darjeeling tea, if they have already received the GI, and if the other adjacent states or nations are producing the tea which is not actually a Darjeeling tea, which is a fake tea, which is duplicate tea, which is counterfeit tea, and if they are selling that tea in the name of Darjeeling tea, that is a violation of geographical indication. I said cultural entrepreneurships, where I mentioned about the Banarasi. Here, what is India's culture also? The agriculture is also a culture for an India. So that is where we have to think. What will happen to this? The price will go down. No one will continue with the activity of producing of such kind of tea, and the ultimate will have to depend on fake product. And tomorrow, the non-genuine producers will literally control the India's market. And that's where we have came with this solution that AI can be used for GI enforcement. Whether my slide is available?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, please continue.
So this is a solution which we wanted to take it further, that AI can be used for the GI enforcement. How we can use that? Number one, data analysis and monitoring. AI can analyze the vast amount of data, particularly marketplace, social media, and trade records, etc., where we can trace, like what I said. This is a news. So this is the news. These are the news basically. Through that, we can understand what's going on. So here I have already gave you a solution about the particularly use of QR code, then virtual reality also. We have further a number of ideas to trace the original product, and where people can provide the platform for such times, these things. So let me also give you an example. I have had an opportunity to work many clothing related products. Like I work for the Paithani, I work also for Arnai from the Assam. I work for also Jimra, and there is a product called Ahimsa silk, which is actually, it's the name of silk of millennium, that is only from the Assam, Bodoland, that where there are a number of motifs that those are traditionally and attributed to particular place, like a mountain, trees, natures are reflected from their motifs, and those are handmade motifs. So, but those are actually attractive patterns. However, how to trace that? So there, what we have suggested that at the time of making of that eerie silk, what I say, millennium of silk of millennium or ahimsa silk, the silkworm never dies in that particular silk. So that is a recognition through AI would be possible. And then further, a particular data that with respect to the traceability AI that can be used for the branding and packaging. So your QR code, your traceability code, or any other technology which may come in forward in futures that can be used. That further AI can be used as an authentication for the verifications as well as other purpose. So technologies like a blockchain, RFID, and that can be authenticate the products. This ensures that the consumer are buying a genuine product with proper GI, the ultimate object of the entire, say, AI. See, ultimately, there is a gap. Those are, GI is our cultural symbol. Those are our forefathers' patent. Those are really developed by our great fathers. But and they have n number of potential. When I said about the Ahimsa silk or silk of millennium, or what I said about that particular silk name is Erie silk or Indie silk, that the life of that Erie silk, you can keep it for 170 years. So that is where you can see very important. When I said about the Pashmina, you can use it anywhere, to keep yourself safe in very adverse situation, maybe a cold situation, etc., etc. So there, consumer are requiring a genuine product, and then here through the AI that can be possible. And Pashmina shawl makers begin with this kind of authenticity and verification. Even we are at our end now have introduced particularly a QR code for Vengurla cashew and many other products. I'm going to cover that. Predictive analysis is another channel or tool can be used through, AI can be predict the potential GI violation. But so when you find, okay, something is going wrong, something is not genuine, something, the doubt, and then how you can verify that potential GI violation. So with this AI, you can do that. Anonymity detections, and there are other aspects which are there in the AI, and I think the previous speaker will previous speaker already mentioned about the various aspect of the AI, and the next speaker will also focus on that. But I will be focusing only few essential points like a marketing purpose. Here is a marketplace monitoring. If you are working for any law firm, your duty is to find out the evidence, collect the evidence. Then how you can collect the evidence for the violation of the GI, violation of the community's right, violation of the intellectual property right through the market. So here, I think AI will help you to identify genuine and fake product, and on that basis, you can take a legal action against the violators, against the infringers. So there is the efficient legal process, and judges will rely on the technology based evidences, definitely that will help, and that will also help the speed up the legal process. So you are going to the market, you are collecting the market, you are cross verifying that with the genuine product. It may take time, and our community may not have that kind of resources to tell you, to inform you about the genuinity, originality, and they may not have the evidence like, okay, they are the only producers and genuine producer, etc. So at the time of production itself, the AI can be used and traceability can be found up to the consumer's end, and then that will be also help for the efficient legal process. Geopartial analysis will also be there. Market surveillance, as you all are from the legal fraternity, identifying the potential risks. I said, I mean, let me give you an example of patent study which I have registered in 2009. Today, more than say 9% viewers are now went below poverty line because they did not receive the premium price. Forget about the premium price, they did not receive the genuine price. And this impact is very dangerous. And tomorrow there won't be any patent if we continue with that. So that's why it is our responsibility to protect the community's intellectual property right. And there I believe AI will play an important role. And that's the ultimate concern is that particular these things. Now, custom and border control. Here, I said about I gave you an example of Bangladesh. So AI power system can also be there at border. Through that, we can collect. And then I think this recently, our Custom Act is also issued the notification pertaining to the violation of GI, where you people will have the opportunity to enforce. So that way, you'll have to think. Educational awareness is another aspect through the AI. We wanted to tell about this campaign and all. We have already begun. Uh, Basically, I have had an opportunity to work hard for the highest GIs, and we are promoting the cultural entrepreneurship through the GI, where we have studied that how many GIs can be enforced in India, rather how many GIs can be first registered in India. Right now, we do not have more than 500 GIs. However, China, they have registered more than 11,000 GIs. European Union, they have 60,000 GIs. But for us, we have hardly 400 to 500 GIs. I have studied about the potential GIs, and where I gave my findings to well-known magazines, and you can get an access to such articles by clicking my name on Google. India might have 10,000 products GI. So what is the opportunity to all of us? If say I just mentioned about the Darjeeling tea, I just mentioned about the Banarasi sari, I just mentioned about the Patani sari. So there may be hundreds of such kind of original products, and then GI, then your legal enforcement, then you just imagine what kind of scope is available for the cultural entrepreneurship, protecting the India's cultural entrepreneurship uh, uh, through GI via AI. So that's why you will get all these articles. I just covered very few articles here. If you click on Google my name, probably you will get many, many articles. Further, you will also find our success stories are covered in my YouTube channel. So even you go to the YouTube channel, and if you click Ganesh Hingamere, then you will also get many, many success stories, and where we are promoting this. Here we have hardly 20-25 minutes. So I'm just covering the very essential aspect, that what is the cultural entrepreneurship, what is the GI, how AI will play an important role in cultural entrepreneurships. So here, that European Union is now took initiative properly with the AI. So they have 51% of the wine and spirit. I mentioned about the champagne and Scotch whiskey. I request you all to search the case called Scotch whiskey, that someone from Maharashtra started using the label and all with the Scotch whiskey, and they took the actions. And why? Because the association of making of the Scotch whiskey, they have found this counterfeit product. They have found there is a fake product in the name of Scotch whiskey, and they took actions and they won the case, because that is their intellectual property, that is their geographical indication, and they took the right. The similar thing happened for the Takila. So there are many, many cases, but considering the time, only I can cover the little aspect. I mentioned about the cultural interdisciplinaryships. I divide today's topic, I have divided into three categories. Number one is the cultural entrepreneurship. Second is about AI, sorry, GI, and third is about the AI. So what is cultural entrepreneurship? I mentioned about the GI as a unique product, as a community's intellectual property, communities are involved, etc. But before that, our culture is reflected through the many you can say structures and well-known rishis, munis. They have covered with their slogans, thoughts, and subhashitam that our culture has been also covered. So here is the GI which we have registered in the Sur and many other alcoholic cultural heritage of India. So here is particular reference which we took from the Charaka. This he was the doctor of Ayurveda, and he was considered for the many development happened in the medicinal field during that period. So where it is covered in the Sanskrit, kintumayam subhav venam vayatam vayam tatha smritam ayurtikta yogam yukti yuktam amrutam. So mean, but alcohol by nature is like a food. If it comes in composition and giving energy, when used inappropriately, it is for getting disease. When used appropriately, is like a nectar. So that way, our culture is very strong. Our culture is well known. Some of you might have not heard about this alcohol heritage. You might have heard about the champagne, Scotch whiskey, but these are our medicinally strong, nutritionally strong, naturally strong, culturally strong products from India, Sur from Uttarakhand, Jagran from Assam, Chang from Ladakh, Mawa from Maharashtra. I have worked for all these GIs, and we do not want others to copy it, violate this GI, violate this our cultural entrepreneurships, and then we have to play an important role. Then success story of this alcoholic beverage is Goa Feni. After the GI, they have introduced Goa Feni policy 2021. So today, no one can manufacture the Feni in the name of Goa. So there is an enforcement. They have begun excellently. They have came with the policy, and it may be replicated to the other states in India. Say, what is the negative impact? Since it is not protected and violation is used, the price of our products are very less. I compared with the other GIs or registered GI globally with our India GI, where you will find even not 1 to 2% price they are receiving. The main reason is not promotion. The another reason is the violation, and then we have to develop that to the things. So not only alcoholic beverages, not only clothing, textiles, or handicraft, but there are certain musical instruments which are unique. You can see here is a serja. You might have not even heard about the name serja. I'm playing this serja when I was working there in Bodoland for this GI. And then you will find this is exactly opposite to the violin, but rather violin is putting violin ulta pakadte hum log seedha pakadne ka hamare paas ye hai. Or how we are so connected. I think Bendale madam mentioned about the human rights. So here the shape of this serja is like a human. And then when you listen this music, you will really get the very nice feeling, peace, and enjoyment. So further, you will find my another photo is with handlooms, where they have, I mentioned about the Eri silk, Indi silk, so that is also there. So this is how our cultural symbol, and through that cultural symbol, we receive the GI. Through the GI, cultural entrepreneurship is began, and then we would like to enforce their right through AI. I know AI will take the job from the people. AI will be a very big challenge to many professionals, but I would like to take the advantage of this first class forum established by the Bharati Law College, where I would like to say AI can be a good tool for my cultural entrepreneurships, for my country's community, because that will help to enforce the original product and get the genuine product to the consumer. So I mentioned about the ED silk, that is silk of millennium, Paitani sari and all. And further, the GI can also be granted to the traditional cuisine. Some of you might have heard about the Ratlami Sev, Hyderabad Halim. So here I have worked for these all GIs, and considering the time only, I will have to just give one or two example of here. One is a NAFAM. Na means fish. NAFAM, they have a technique that's particularly, I registered it, I worked for this GI in Assam, that you can keep this nutritionally high product for 3 years. So the preservation technique without using any preservative is available with our culture, is available with our community, and that uh, gives you, access to direct medicines also, and that's why this is important. There's another product from the Maharashtra which I work for, the Renuka Mata Tambul. uh, that's very, again, unique. 13 different types of ingredient are used. In Sanskrit it is called as a Trayodarshi Vida. We work for this, and that is very helpful for your digestion system. This is basically a prasad from the Renuka Mata Mandir, that is one of the Shakti Peeth in the Maharashtra. So ultimately, but today, if someone started selling the Renuka Mata Tambul in Pune, and if someone who with belief that this is original prasad, I started purchasing from that, it will be harmful to the original community from the that Mahurgad, and it will also affect the mechanism through the GI. We have started campaign at international level. I have had an opportunity to attend 7 ministerial conferences of WTO. We have also submit. You can also click on Google. My position paper on Indian GI's enforcement and other aspects are also available. All of us, and that's why I gave the name to our organization is a Great Mission Group Consultancy. And fortunately, we have now got the success story, the many GIs. Here is the success of our Pune Pagdi, which we have registered in 2007, and now the Pune Pagdi is there with the Pune University. The Pune University replaced the convocation route with the Pune Pagdi. So cultural entrepreneurship is developed in Pune with Pune. So I mentioned about the agriculture is also culture for India, and then it has to be protected. Unfortunately, 74% of farmers from India do not want to continue with the farming activity. In such scenario, the premium price, the genuine price, original products required price, if we reach to the farmer, then they'll go back to their culture. We will also get the original products. This is what had happened with the Sangli Bedana. They received a good price. This will also happen with the Jalgaon banana. I mentioned about the foreign exchange. You will find after the GI registration of Jalgaon banana, a small village called Tandarwadi from the Jalgaon, they exported banana from that place. Almost 12 crore banana from that particular place is exported. Then also you will find we registered with the Dahanu Golwad Chiku, and now the small industries are started there in Dhanu. Chiku for the Chiku powder, Chiku chips, Chiku wine, and one gentle lady started Chiku parlor. That is where the cultural entrepreneurship is developed. Then further, you will also find nowadays you might have heard about the many news about the drone port area. So there is particularly drought. You will till yesterday the Marathwada was on news, many for suicide as well as no rain, etc. But now, since yesterday, fortunately, rain began. And but the unique product from the Marathwada region, which we have registered as a GI, is called as a Kesher mango, and now it has been exported to the UK and other countries. So then another turmeric, which we have registered from the Vidarbha region, and that has been now receiving the premium price. Many of you might have heard about this strawberry, which I have registered in 2009, and they have developed the agrotourism. Another plant from Kolhapur, Ajra Ghansa, that is a non-basmati aromatic rice, which we have registered and then are getting the premium price. Government of India recognize our contribution by giving me 2 national awards consecutively, and I'm happy for that. And actually, my journey began for teaching this subject from New Law College in 2002. So I'm really thankful to New Law College. Then particularly, I remember Sarda sir, who gave me an opportunity to teach this subject. So almost 21 years ago, 2002, when I came back to India. So I started teaching there in New Law College. So I'm really, really
Excuse me, sir.
thankful for them to this. So this is about contribution. And with this, I know I might have exceeded my time. So kindly accept my apology. And again, I'm really, really thankful to organizer, to Bendale ma'am, to one and all for an opportunity to discuss cultural entrepreneurships through GI via AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very informative session. The AI in geography probably started first when we started using Google Maps, From that to, your presentation, we have definitely done so many advancements in the field of geography with respect to AI. So thank you so much, sir, for shedding light on this topic. I would now like to request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the day, which is Dr. Raj Lakshmi Wagh. Thank you.
In the age of AI, the true currency is not just data, but the intellectual property rights that govern its use. Taking ahead the colloquium with our fifth guest speaker of the day, namely Dr. Raj Lakshmi Wagh, to enhance our learning on AI and intellectual property rights. Dr. Raj Lakshmi Wagh is currently an assistant professor in law at Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University New Law College, Pune. Dr. Wagh has gracefully served an ample number of administrative positions one cannot even imagine, such as Secretary of Internal Quality Assurance Cells, Course Coordinator for Online School of Education, PhD Guide, Editor of NLC Chronicle, Head of Advanced Training Exploration for Intellectual Property Rights and Cyber Law Cell, and much more. She has organized 30 plus seminars, workshops, webinars, and has been invited as a resource person and delivered lectures and paper presentations in various conferences and adjudged several moot court competitions, projects including attrition strategies, competency mapping, and elocution competitions. Furthermore, ma'am has over 15 plus publications, around 10 book publications, attended 30 plus national and international conferences, and a plethora of completed research projects under her. I would now request Raj Lakshmi ma'am to enlarge upon the topic of AI and the intellectual property rights before our esteemed audience.
Thank you so much, Mukul. You can hear me all? Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Mukul, for a good introduction. I guess we're not used to all this, but thank you so much. Madam, I've sent you the PPT. Can we have the PPT on?
Yes, ma'am. Just
Okay, till the PPT is on, I would just like to start off with my presentation. And before all this, as it is, I'm really thankful and indeed good afternoon to one and all. It is indeed an honor to be present and being invited for such an international platform and to put forth our thoughts with respect to AI and many subject matters. I thank the organizers of Social Science and Management Welfare Association, Mr. Brajesh Kumar sir, Mr. Vishwakarma sir, co-organizer Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Dr. Ujjwala Bendale, Dean in Charge Principal, Dr. Jyoti Dharam, Vice Principal, and Ms. Rashmi Dubey, Madam, my colleague, to have invited me over to deliberate on this topic, artificial intelligence, reforming society and law. I do put forth my knowledge amidst international academicians from different parts of the world. My topic for today is artificial intelligence and intellectual property rights, wherein I will be discussing on interdisciplinary basis, as I will be touching on certain management subjects like branding and marketing, and how they are remarkable change in the scenario with the advent of the artificial intelligence, not only in business, but also in law. Further, I will be discussing the changes occurring in IPR with significance to trademark and copyright, the challenges faced by the legislations, the stand taken by various courts around the globe, as well as in India. Yes, thank you. I hope everyone can see my PPT because I'm able to see it.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, I would just like to begin with a quote, and that is in which I have taken it from the Google, and thanks to all the photographs, which is making me easier and to help me out with my presentation. So this is all taken and courtesy to Google. The rise of the machines is here, but they do not come as conquerors, they come as creators. Artificial intelligence, if you have seen, has had a great impact on the way we live. It has influenced the way we buy products and services, and that has a significant role in the impact on trademarks. An American researcher and a futurist, Mr. Roy Amanara, has stated, and I quote, "We tend to overestimate the effect of a technology in short run and underestimate the effect in the long run." So this is how I would be putting up my presentation for today. If you see in our very first slide, it is age-old slide where how shopkeepers and customers used to go in and buy products of their choice. And if you see, it shows the very body language of the shopkeeper, shows how he is taking active interest in describing what exactly the customer wants. This was how the trend was during age-old times. So it is necessary to see in the long run the term impact of AI on consumers and how it influences the way we buy the products and avail, having an impact on trademarks, which today needs to be considered not only in business houses, but also legislative body. If you see over a period of time, this is how the system was in existence right from the age-old times. Here, if you see, even with this, the quality of the products, the plus points of the products was handled or taken over by the shopkeepers. So this is how they used to tell regarding the best qualities of a particular kind of a product. And the assistance of the shopkeeper was like he was a link between the product and the consumers. So basically, this is how the system of shopkeeping or system of how buying and selling used to go on. Can we have the next slide? Or can I click at my end? Yes. Now this scenario has changed. If you see in the 90s and the 20s, this is how the scenario, even of late also, this is how the scenario is, where products are placed together and there is a big mall. There is so much of display of the goods. So one might presume that how to buy products and services, and which has over a period of time, it has changed the way we also purchase these services. The mode of buying products significantly changed with the advent of the modern supermarkets. This is a supermarket that is existing, and how decision-making was also made easier, where different brands were being displayed on a particular rack. Now, in the early 20s also, with the rising prominence of product branding, the consumers gained additional information from direct brand cues, either in the form of phonetics of brands or visual or conceptual impact. In the modern supermarkets, brands effectively replace the traditional way of shopping, where consumers communicated directly. So over a period of time, if we see that we had the social media which was coming up. So of late, in late 20s, 21, you could have seen the social media taking over, where all these products were available, made available on the internet. The internet had changed the purchasing habit. The social media also revolutionized, introduced new forms, which again influenced consumers, with the likes of families and friends becoming a very important factor in purchasing decisions. So the purchasing process changed again with the introduction of the internet shopping. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes, this is where we come to how shopping on the internet. As we are all aware of these kind of websites that we see, where we just click at the click of a button and we immediately have huge range of products available. Now, purchasing process here. Now, if you had seen, if you compare my earlier slides, you would see that very particular decision was made in our mind when we went to the shops to buy. But now, with the advent of internet, how our decision making is being affected. These are through basically what our topic for today is, how the artificial intelligence plays a very crucial role, even on not only branding, which includes nothing but, when I mean branding under marketing, under the management point of view, we would call it branding. From the law point of view, we would call it the Trademark Act. And yes, again, from another point of view is also the consumers being affected by these products being displayed on the websites simultaneously. Here is what we are getting at, is through these artificial intelligence tools. So again, here is what I stated, is the purchasing process is affected by information that is available to the consumers and who are indeed make their purchasing decisions. So again, role of the artificial intelligence has an impact on the decisions of the consumers, or we can put it on the purchasing decision of these end users. The structure of this purchasing process is changing again with the introduction of these AI applications. So coming back to the very crux of our topic today is the application-based, the AI tools that are involved here. Now, I would just like to list a few of them who are not only from the management point of view, are one of these MNCs who are having a big source of business online, and also at the same time are also their back-end process is being handled by these computer-generated algorithms, or what we can term it as today as the artificial intelligence tools. So AI application such as we have the Amazon. You're all aware of this. We have the Alexa, we have the Google Home, we have the consumer chat box. Can we have the next slide, please? Yes, this is how the AIs are affecting our decision process, where actually we are not into going and buying this physically as human beings. We are getting it done through these kind of algorithms that are used. The next slide, please. Yes. So coming back to one single aspect is certain AI personal shopping assistants, something like this Mona, something like this Amazon Dash, the AI robot assistants such as Pepper. We are all aware of these kind of tools that are used here, which do play a very crucial role in our if you say one aspect is from trademark point of view, one aspect is from the consumer decision-making point of view. So the purchasing process changed again with this introduction of the internet. The products were made available to consumers, and that also increased exponentially. With it, the product information and the knowledge of the consumers. AI's influence on buying decisions, although these AI applications by consumers is still relatively limited. Most consumers will have some form of these AI applications and the product recommendations systems appearing on the Amazon.com and other online retail platforms. So here again, if you see, AI application acts as a filter. All these tools that I did speak about when I said about they have these algorithms that are used. All these tools, they do act as an influencer. They do filter out so many things suiting their needs too. So when you say their needs is what I'm trying about, these business houses having their marketing strategies. As I told you, this would make it a very interdisciplinary subject, because it will affect not only, it affects, or AI, as you say, is more on interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary is what you would call it. And it involves many subjects, which is also how marketing gimmicks, how marketing strategies are involved in getting your business one in the sigma rating, or in the stocks. So how you have your stocks also increased, or have the rating of the sigma that is done. So again, implications of AI application plays a very important role when we consider in making decisions. Delegation of AI to the purchaser. So even if you see on the slide, which I have put a very age-old case, and most of you all also must be aware of this 1970 case, wherein how Parle-G and other products, where Parle-G is into existence from quite over a decade now, you can say. So these products and how they were, the packet was used as a counterfeit to sell your own products underneath Parle-G, and where the Supreme Court has very vividly given a description saying that you can't keep two packets next to each other and then make out the similarities and the differences, and a long listing of decision which the Supreme Court has laid down in this. But as of today, how the trend of this marketing has changed, how the AI tools are making these products one next to each other, and also sometimes even filtering out. So this is basically how there is this delegation of AI into the purchases. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, impact of AI on the consumers. AI has a very effective impact on the consumer, on the market, on the products, on the brand, on the trademark, and also on the profits. So AI applications like the Amazon.com, Alexa, they recommend just at the click of the button, if you see, they recommend certain kind of when you just ask for a particular, you type in a word over there. Then again, what happens is these couple of products are displayed at the same time. So coming back to the very concept that based on keywords, you have a whole set of products that are being displayed again. So AI tools and non-proper governance over here. Non-proper governance or non-proper laws for the AIs, for the AI tools that have been deployed on the internet, where you have a whole market or a whole business taking place, shows the lacunas in the laws, shows the need for the changes to be made in the regulations, even in India. This slide of mine talks about Lush versus Amazon. This is a very, very interesting case over here, is how business companies, how big corporate giants to be set in the business, capture or also bid. Here there is a bidding that was done for just the word Lush. Why? Because this company, which is into manufacturing of many products and cosmetics and things like that, they refused over here to have their products being displayed on the Amazon.com. So again, how Amazon entered into a contract, or they had a bidding done with Google, and with Google they bought the word Lush. And then whenever anyone did type in Lush, because generally we are as a consumer, not as a law fraternity, not as a faculty in law. Even if I have to go and buy certain products, I will first go to Amazon. Amazon has gained so much of popularity, you can say, how the IT sector, how the internet plays a very vital role in developing your brand. And if you take it under law, it will be the goodwill that the company has generated, which is at a much speedy second as of today. So here again, these products, if I were as a consumer, as what I was saying, I wanted to buy these products, I would first go to Amazon and probably type in this, the word Lush. Now Lush here again displays certain kind of products under the Amazon, and where again the case was filed. And yes, it was there was cognizance was taken as to infringement as to the trademark under the European Union. May I have the next slide? All right. So when we go ahead with the trademark law, AI has again significant implications even on trademark law, its applications. Trademark law is basically concerned with purchasing power of individuals, how the products are bought, the interaction between consumers and the brand. So the purchasing process has been affected by the information that is available to consumers, who all indeed, what makes the processing decisions, how AI has an impact on the information available to the consumers. Branding is one of the way affecting the goodwill of the trademark. The way the goodwill is portrayed, it builds up the trademark. And also overnight, as I told you, in nanoseconds, a trademark can be made. We can have startups having their own trademarks. It can be a copy. And again, AI tools are used, and no effective legislations for these. And also I'll show you, I've listed down a list of cases wherein how these cases as of today is also, decisions made by cases are also pretty varied over these things. So we have some of these cases that you see in the slide, which talks about Louis Vuitton versus Google France, La L'Oreal versus eBay, and Coty versus Amazon. Now, these three cases which I did serve and I did get down from the European Union, and all these companies over here, if you see the latter part of it, eBay, Amazon, Google France, all these are using AI techniques, and they are using these AI techniques. And here what the court said, that though these products are being displayed, there is no way that these companies have infringed these products because they have not used certain ways of uploading these products on their website. So this is how the immunity is taken by these big business houses. And they say that probably it has just, come by chance on our website. This is a pretty layman way of saying. Or also that, there is some connectivity, and when you press the click of a button and these products are shown on our thing. This is how they are getting immune. This is how there are certain loopholes that we can say that are there existing in the legislations, which needs to be plugged in at the earliest, because AIs are not only in the developing stage, they're quite well developed. And today, as of today, we are buying products using these AI tools. Now, the last one which I would like to draw your attention is Cosmetic Warriors Limited versus Lush Limited versus Amazon.com. Now, here also in this case, United Kingdom, in the High Court, Amazon were found liable for infringement in the use of trademarks, which triggered links to its websites, and it did not encompass the branded products reference, such that the consumers could not tell whether the products on sale were those of the brand owners. So again, here is what we call it, in layman words, we call it the technical glitch. Now, this technical glitch also needs to be plugged in, because companies like this just hide behind certain kind of excuses. I'm not against any company. I'm just talking about how AIs are also playing a very detrimental kind of a way in which it does affect trademarks if I take it under law. So nowhere am I saying anything like this, but yes, technical glitches is the kind of layman word that is used, that when you click at the press of a button, you have these products just coming up. Actually, we are not wanting to display them, something like this. And this is how earlier cases also it was saying, and in this case, what happened was, yes, they were found liable for the use of trademarks because it could be proved that especially the Lush products, which the company said that we didn't have it put up on the on Amazon itself. We denied it being displayed on Amazon. But certain products, if again the business strategy over here is very important. How the business plan is. Since I was also teaching in the MBA, so for past a couple of years, 10 years is quite sufficient time for where I could get some knowledge about business plans and have been a judge for, best manager and things like that. So yes, these two concepts have also made me think on a very interdisciplinary way. But business plans or business concepts is obviously based on profits. The more more a company is giving you profits, the more those products will be displayed. Yes, can I have the next slide, please? Yes, comparative bargaining. Again, comparative branding is one such thing where you type in keywords, where you just type in, say, a particular product. You're not aware of the brand, but you want the product. So then again, this way of comparative marketing starts playing a very crucial role here. So if you see again, AI and comparative advertising also is one such thing which needs to be plugged in. Again, AI tools are also having a whole range of, a vast range of products, irrespective or not showing even from which trademark or which brand they belong to. So again, AI and retail context also raises important questions with regard to comparative advertising and regulations relating to influencers, because they act as an influencer. They act as an influencer on the consumers. By definition of the AI application, like Amazon and Alexa, they do have act as an influencer. Can I have the next slide, please? Yes, this is one very important aspect, and where you can relate all these three examples, all these three subjects together is what I said. Law, IPR is one aspect, AI is one aspect, and management, or what you can say as the business point of view. Now, voice identifiers, AI are nothing but algorithms, AI are nothing but these programs that have been generated in such a way that they recognize the voice. They start, I mean, in the sense, they are more into these robotic things, which are not, which is a little more than being manipulated by a human being. They recognize the voice, and then they start, in Alexa also, they do have these, you have these cyber criminals. So cyber is also one aspect which would come here, though I have not spoken about it here. But then what happens is, they recognize the voice, and then they start saying that this is the product that you bought. So these are also another wide range here. Now here, without you asking, they are giving you another 3-4 set of options here, affecting again trademarks, affecting again the quality or the branding of an company. Yeah. So Alexa is one of them. We have these voice recorders, again on keywords, they recognize the voice over there. Yes, we have the next slide. Now, this is one very interesting concept. Again, AIs, how there needs to be laws for certain kind of things. We are all aware of the AIs that are used, and we also use it as a consumer. I also do use certain ways of navigating in cities, in different places. Now, this is one which I saw in the Economic Times, where in this Kia was, the owner of this Kia was on the Google map and trying to search for a place, and he landed up on the railway track, and his car got stuck there. Now, see the legal complications, see the legal implications that it will have. Now, what is the set of regulations for such kind of a way? Obviously, it will be pass on the buck to the other. Now, here this person was harassed, and to such an extent that he was presumed to be under alcohol. And he, later on, it was identified, it was found out that he didn't have any consumption of alcohol. But yes, his car did get stuck up on the railway track. Luckily, there was no train that was running along. Another in the article that I read was a person who was trying to find a place in Goa, and he landed up on the beach. going through these Google Maps. So again, see some of these effects of how AIs and how these algorithms have, and there is a need for having legislations with respect to such kind of thing. How are we going to plug this is the very basic issue, though the use of this is tremendous. And the development of the law is also to that extent pretty, we would say, vague, or has not plugged in these loopholes yet. Again, artificial, may I have the next slide? Yes, copyrights, AI designs, music, paintings. If you see, there are a number of cases that have come up wherein we have music made by AIs. There's just you have an algorithm that is made, and you have these these musical notes which have been inputted, and they have this way of getting music done. How far to give copyrights to these music? How far to give copyrights to even these paintings? Now, to the extent of even changing the retina is available, and Google, these AI tools are there where you can change. You can even have a very beautiful, the one which is below, a very beautiful, a caricature, or which makes it actually, it's a dummy, but it has been made so real that you feel that, yes, this is a person who is into existence. Again, articles, writing of articles also. So universities also do have to look out into these aspects where article writing is just generated at a click of a button by using these AI tools. So copyrights also needs amendments there, because if you see, copyright talks about owner, and owner here in the act is also referred to as a human being. So implications for copyright law, again, AI will have very important implications for copyright law. As work, we require originality in the work, which is of a great concern. So originality, this concept has also to be redefined. Then ownership is also going to be of a great concern. Who is going to be the real owner? Is the person who has made the algorithm, or is the person who has used the algorithm? So many aspects. This is just a very initial stage where we can say, but the smarter the person, as you know, in cyber crimes, they're much smarter. Their thinking process is so different. The criminal thinking process is so different. So even copyrights as such, the word originality will definitely get a new definition, obviously in the near future. And also most jurisdictions, including Spain, Germany, they state that only works that are created by human beings are to be protected by copyrights. So again, this is going to play a very important role even under copyrights. So commercial impact, if we see how machine tools are used to tackle these machine use creativity. So this is a machine tool. Again, it is a creativity of the machines. You have songs also that are being, put in these AI tools, and they are a new way of music is being created. Yes, can I have the next slide? Yes, all right. So, yes, we have even gambling, gaming that is done. We have music, we have journalism. Again, how and who should be the copyright owner, which is also needs to be considered. Again, according to Section 2D6 of the Copyright Act, and I would just like to quote it: anyone who creates a computer-generated work of art is considered to be the author of the work. Here, the word person is also referred to as a human being, or an association, or an organization. So again, yes, this kind of definitions do require change, because AI tools are being taken up, and they are being used for their own benefits. So some of these cases which I have listed down, again, this is the take of India. And again, judgments are also pretty different based on case to case. So again, Delhi High Court 2021 in Kibo Biotech versus the Registrar of Trademarks has stated that AIs again cannot be considered as a proprietor of trademark. In Ferid Alani versus Union of India, the Delhi High Court examined the issue of whether an AI-generated work can be copyrighted. In India, the court held that the copyright protection can be granted to AI-generated work if they meet the criteria of originality. So what is this originality? What is this ownership? So again, so many things need to be considered. The court held that the work under AI should be attributed to persons who decided to create the work, that is the programmer or the use of the AI system. Again, there is various decisions, again, different opinions are being given. So court also held that the authorship of the AI generated work should be attributed to persons who decided to create the work, such as the programmer or the user of the algorithm. So there are still a number of cases. If you see Gaurav Bhatia versus Union of India, the Delhi High Court held that AI-generated inventions could be patented if they met the requirement of novelty, non-obviousness, and industrial applicability with the patent. So again, who is the actual owner here? Who will you file for infringement? So these issues are also the next step or the next generation. As lawyers, we need to also develop and see that these AIs also have are also used and also governed over the as the time comes. Henceforth. Yes, so I guess this is a cut shorted, though it is a very vast topic, and I do thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to put forth. I hope I have done my bit. Thank you, Rashmi Madam, and on to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. IPR is such an underrated topic, I feel, in artificial intelligence, that, it was really important for all of us to, learn about all the different aspects of, trademarks and copyrights. Because just today, I was reading the newspaper and I read a headline that, for the Grammy Awards this year, they have, registered or submitted a nomination for the first time, I guess. It's an AI generated song by two of the most well-known artists in the world, Drake and The Weeknd, I believe. So thank you so much, ma'am, for bringing this.
But vast topic indeed. It's really a vast topic. And
yes,
so many lacunas are there. If you look from one side, yes, that is the positive angle. From the other side, yes, from the legal point of view, yes, there's of a concern for everyone. Thank you so much, Anand.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the day, which is Miss Vindhya Gupta, ma'am. Thank you.
Tracking down in the conference, the subject of environmental governance turns up under the umbrella of artificial intelligence. The real power of AI in environmental governance lies in its ability to process vast amount of data and uncover hidden patterns, enabling us to make informed decisions for a greener future. And to aid us unfold this subject matter, we have amongst us the sixth keynote speaker, namely Ms. Vindhya Gupta. Ms. Gupta is presently an associate professor at the renowned Indian Law Society, ILS Law College. Ms. Vindhya completed her undergraduate studies from Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia National Law University, Lucknow, and postgraduate studies from NLU Jodhpur with a specialization in intellectual property rights. She is currently pursuing a PhD in the area of technology transfer from Symbiosis International University and has been teaching intellectual property, environmental laws, company law, and competition law at ILS Law College since 2019. Her areas of interest include intellectual property and technology laws. So now I would request Ms. Vindhya to kindly bestow her genius regarding the environmental governance in artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I would just make a correction there. Those of you who are wondering how I am an associate professor without a PhD, I am actually an assistant professor. So let me just share my PPT, and I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my research on artificial law and environment. Artificial intelligence and environmental law. So, environmental governance refers to this system of implementation of laws which involves the participation of stakeholders, and the decision making is based on scientific evidence such that you can make the most informed policies and the policy formulation process as well as the implementation process is democratic as much as possible. This ensures that vulnerable groups whose environmental rights may be the most affected by developmental projects that the government may be bringing up or policies that the government may be making, they also have this ability to make their concerns heard and ensure that the impact on their environmental rights is as minimum as possible. Now, there are various approaches to environmental governance. I will not be taking those up. I'll be talking about how AI integration into environmental governance can help our country and basically societies develop a policy for climate action, which we require because of the current crisis of climate change. And in that respect, AI actually can solve a major problem for environmental governance, which is collection of data and its analysis in real time to its analysis in real time to allow us information on which we can make our policies. Now, before I discuss AI integration, I would like to make a distinction that artificial intelligence is basically an umbrella term. It refers to various types of technologies which have different objectives. So artificial intelligence is basically a reference to any technology which can perform cognitive functions such that, well, at this time, until a few years ago, only human beings could have that. There are different types of artificial intelligence technologies. So you have machine learning and neural networks. Machine learning and neural networks are different. You might know neural networks as better as deep learning mechanisms. So machine learning, like the chatbots that we see for every website or every contact system for any help and support system in any online e-commerce app, that is an example of machine learning where the technology is able to assist you in a predetermined form, which is actually determined by the coder who's made the code, and the code does not remember your past interactions with it. Whereas when it comes to deep learning and neural networks, the code remembers the past interactions you've had with with the code, and they will use that previous conversation to provide context to the current conversation. For example, ChatGPT is an example of a neural network. In fact, ChatGPT is a much higher level of artificial intelligence. It's a generative intelligence which actually can create things out of nothing. Deep learning and neural networks actually still can basically use prehistoric data as well as current data to train itself and respond better to future queries. Their application in environmental governance is through a system of sensors. The data regarding, say, the emission levels in a country or the pollution levels in water or soil, etc. It can be collected in real time. And big data analytics can help in analyzing the data to tell us trends in pollution, the sources of pollution, and this information can basically help in assessing the policies that a government needs to make to ensure that the emissions are reduced and the environmental integrity of resources is protected. Furthermore, when it comes to climate change, collection of this data, especially emissions data, can help us in determine the current level of concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, and that can help us determine that can help us predict the future climate models and the impacts that we can face due to changes in the climate systems. That is currently a little difficult to predict because there are lots of models that scientists have made based on their own intelligence, and a lot of the lags in the data collected, they end up leading to a lot of variance in the climate models. Collection through artificial intelligence-based systems can help in giving accuracy to predictions about climate models. The second aspect is, excuse me. The second aspect of artificial intelligence is automation. We know that better as robots. Robots have been used in mostly industrial processes to do precise tasks that are not capable, that are not that human beings are not capable of. Furthermore, excuse me.
I request all the participants to kindly mute themselves. You can continue, ma'am.
All right. The second, the automation part also refers to use of AI-based code to automate certain processes that generally human beings do as a part that's basically repetitive. For example, when it comes to grant of environmental clearances, you basically have to conduct an environmental impact assessment, and there's a form. You check whether this step is done, this step is done, this step is done, and finally, when all of it is done, the environmental clearance is granted. Similarly, applications that can be made, in fact, or like automation of through artificial intelligence is not just applicable in environmental governance; it's applicable in just normal governance also. For example, Australia has automated some of the features of its social security system, where it has a scheme wherein parents of children below 6 months of age can actually petition apply for government assistance to ensure that while the child is so young, they can focus on parenting and not work. So the government pays them to focus on child rearing during the first 6 months of the child's life. That process has been automated, and what this means is you apply through an app of the government. The program assesses whether you qualify all the parameters, and then it would automatically grant the payment that is due to you in a month. We've seen such kinds of processes in our general life also. You may be aware of it. Finally, natural language processing is a different kind of an AI where the code is capable of examining the speech that human beings have, whatever we type or we speak. And this can be used by the bots again to communicate with human beings. For example, Siri, Alexa are an example of natural language processing. Natural language processing has another application, which is sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis is the assessment of, say, the general data that is available in the form of human speech from social media to examine trends of the people's conversations around different issues. So for example, if during Chandrayaan, if you would have done sentiment analysis of Twitter feed in India, the code would have told you that most people are talking about Chandrayaan and then ISRO and Vikram Sarabhai, Homi Bhabha, etc., etc. So this kind of an examination of public sentiments is actually helpful when you want to determine what is the public opinion about a certain issue. So, for example, if the government wants to assess what is the public sentiment about a developmental project that they have proposed, then they can use natural language processing based AI systems to analyze the speech, the opinions given by individuals on social media websites such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and based on that analysis, the AI can basically give a verdict that maybe 89% people are in favor, 21%, 11% people are not in favor, or whatever the statistic is. This is not the entirety of artificial intelligence. These are the ones, artificial intelligence-based programs. These are the ones that I could identify have a nexus with environmental governance. Now, when it comes to integration of AI, however, there are certain challenges. For example, AI programs, they're trained on data sets. So especially when it comes to machine learning and deep learning, and even when it comes to automation, there are links of automation based software with machine learning and deep learning. They're trained on data sets which are actually sourced again from the internet or from the past historical data that governments might have in their digital archives. Now, there have been reports that when AI programs are trained on data, they adopt implicit biases that human beings have. And when they apply the function, whatever they're supposed to do, that bias makes an appearance. For example, Goldman Sachs decided to automate its hiring processes by having an AI-based program assess all the resumes that they receive for a position and then shortlist the interviewees. That saves a lot of time and energy, actually. However, what they found was when it came to choosing between two candidates which have same or similar achievements, as in their academic performance is similar, their degrees are similar, their experience is similar, the AI program tended to choose people like basically white males. Between a white female and a black male, they would choose a black male. Between black male and black female, they would choose a black male. Between a white male and a white female, they would choose a white male. So these are the kinds of biases that AI programs were implementing on their own. There was this company, I think Citibank, that decided to automate its credit card application process. So there was a husband and wife couple. Both of them applied for the credit card. And so since they're a couple, their finances are going to be the same. At least I think they're going to have some joint finance system. However, the credit card limit, when it was approved, for the guy, it was 20 times higher than the credit card limit that was approved for a woman, for the wife, even though they have the same finances. So these are the kinds of biases that could be adopted by AI programs, and that may end up violating fundamental human rights of the individual. And this is just one kind of challenge when it comes to environmental governance. There are also concerns regarding privacy and security. They, however, deserve their own presentation. We do not have the time to deal with all the concerns that privacy and security might pose when it comes to AI. So I'll be focusing mostly on ethics. When it comes to environmental governance, AI systems can also actually be used to automate processes for compensation that certain communities might receive because of the damages they might have suffered due to climate change. Such kind of automate, the implementation of biases by AI in such kind of processes can basically ensure that maybe in India, people of lower caste or women are discriminated against by the AI so that they do not receive the adequate amount of compensation they should have received. Then AI could also be used to assess vulnerabilities of a region to climate change. Again, AI may choose to may rely on the historical data sets that the government has given and find that, and we may find that the AI is predicting the vulnerability of a region which has a higher population, but say a higher caste population, as more vulnerable than a lower caste population. So it's just an example. I don't think this will happen, but it can happen that way. So therefore, we have to take care that when AI is integrated into environmental governance, or in fact all governance systems, that the adoption of biases is taken care of. Another problem that we might face when it comes to such integration is all our laws are anthropocentric. Anthropocentrism refers to an ideology where human beings are at the center of every environmental concern. It's in direct contrast to egocentrism, where the environment itself, every component of environment has an equal standing. So anthropocentrism basically may, if you follow an anthropocentric approach, you might be then faced with the question of whether a developmental project should proceed or not. We actually see the economic value of the project for human beings versus the environmental value of the project. And if they are in conflict, then we see whether the economic value outweighs the environmental loss. And if it does, then we may go ahead with the project. However, if we follow an ecocentric approach, then we see whether the economic value we basically see whether the environmental loss, whether the environmental loss is something that we can bear or would it be irreversible. So in an ecocentric approach, there's a larger potential for a developmental project to be rejected. Our approach, the approaches of our laws currently, which are merely regulatory bodies and do not have prevention or elimination of pollution as a goal, rather regulation, as well as the approach by Supreme Court, which is kind of dichotomic. Sometimes the Supreme Court would end up applying ecocentric approach. Most of the times we end up applying the anthropocentric approach. And as a part of which the Supreme Court has actually stated that post facto, ex post facto environmental clearances are okay. If an AI is trained on this data set and then asked to apply environmental regulations for, say, grant of environmental clearances or for formulation of even policies for action on climate change, we may find that the anthropocentric bias that the AI program has may end up perverting our goal of achievement of climate change mitigation. It might end up worsening the quality of the environment. The preliminary assessment that I have is that AI programs do have a lot of potential for accelerating environmental governance and, in fact, ensuring that it has a maximum impact. But the adoption of bias and, moreover, the fact that vulnerable communities which are more exposed to climate change actually may not have access to technological devices, internet or electricity, which can help them take full benefit of AI programs. All of these issues can hamper environmental governance. And for this purpose, the solutions that we can have are, when developing AI programs and training them, we train in AI programs on ecocentric environmental values, where the value of a human life and animal life is the same, and that the conservation of environment is as much a priority as any economic benefit. Furthermore, AI programs actually can be trained to recognize bias and correct for it. This approach has been found to have better impact rather than training an AI program to be blind, because AI programs often train themselves on the current data also, and so eventually bias creeps in. However, if they're trained to recognize bias and correct for it, then you have automatic correction of automatic protection of human rights. When concerning the deployment of AI, when thinking about the deployment of AI, we need to have a legislation which mandates that before any entity, any company, or even a government department, if it rolls out an AI program for governance purposes or any kind of purposes where consumers are directly interacting with an AI program, an AI audit must be made mandatory, and the AI audit should be done by an independent agency which has no conflict of interest in the deployment of the AI program. Furthermore, in initial stages at least, where if AI is being employed for governance purposes, there should be a provision for human review of AI-based decision-making to ensure that the fundamental human rights of the people interacting with the AI program are protected. And finally, when it comes to AI decision-making, consumers should be informed, or consumers or citizens should be informed about the parameters that AI takes into account when making decisions. The transparency can ensure that even public can raise issues about whether appropriate parameters are being taken care of or not. Finally, when it comes to anthropocentric bias, adopting an ecocentric approach in our environmental regulation to ensure that eventually when the AI program is rolled out, and it is coming, There's no doubt about it. When the AI program is rolled out, it can be trained on an eco-centric approach. It will ensure that the anthropocentric bias is taken care of, although considering the pace of development in the field of AI-based programs and the otherwise general lethargy in our legal processes, I doubt that this could actually be implemented. Finally, increasing digital accessibility of the most vulnerable communities and ensuring digital literacy of these communities can help when they eventually have to interact with AI for governance purposes. So that is it. I believe that AI can help a lot when it comes to effective environmental governance, but we need some sort of development and oversight in the initial processes to ensure that human rights of people are protected. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Ma'am, I think we'll take the questions at the end.
Okay, all right. Then thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I hope I was clear, and I hope this was informative for everyone present here. Thank you again for Dr. Bendale and Ms. Rashmi Dubey for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. When we look at the future of the earth, it is very important for us to, gather all the possible data in the most efficient way. And right now, we can think of none other than artificial intelligence to help us out. So thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very interesting and a very unique topic for us to listen to. We now move on to the next speaker of the day, which is Miss Divya Mittal, ma'am. I request Mukul to kindly introduce her. Thank you.
Taking the symposium forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us another speaker from ILS, the 7th plenary speaker for the day, namely Ms. Divya Mittal. Ms. Mittal currently holds the esteemed position of Assistant Professor at the prestigious Indian Law Society, ILS Law College, located in Pune. She has successfully obtained her LLM in International Law and is presently engaged in the pursuit of her PhD in International Trade Law from SPPU. Ms. Mittal boasts a distinguished tenure in the realm of education commencing in the year 2016. Her areas of interest encompass public international law, international economic law, and constitutional law. As I can observe in the itinerary, the topic of talk for her is AI and academic ethics. The future of education depends on a delicate balance between AI-driven innovations and upholding the principles of academic integrity. I would now request Ms. Divya to share her intelligence on the concept of academic integrity in the era of artificial intelligence.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm the last speaker, so I hope I'm able to keep you all engaged with whatever I want to talk about. But at the outset, I want to thank the organizer, specifically Ms. Rashmi Dubey, for having me here. So thank you, organizers, for inviting me for this international conference. Now, before I begin, I want to share with you all a picture, and I want to ask you all how many of us.
Ma'am, you're not audible.
Okay, just 1 minute. Okay, am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I was basically thanking the organizers, specifically Ms. Rashmi Dubey, for having me be a resource person in this international conference. Now, before I begin, I want to ask you all with a raise of hands, how many of us have seen this particular movie which I've shared on the screen? Anybody who's seen this movie? Okay, so in 1968, a very interesting movie came up. The name of the movie, as you all can see, is 2001: A Space Odyssey, where an AI-based computer system basically helped the astronaut Frank to navigate through space. The movie highlighted that this job that Frank, a human, could not do on his own and was basically assisted by the AI. This AI also showed human-like behaviors such as reasoning, talking, and acting. However, the movie takes a very interesting turn when Frank eventually goes out of the spacecraft, and then the AI takes control and things don't end up well for Frank. Basically, the AI doesn't let him in. The moral of this movie, or the moral of showing you this story, is basically that AI can help humans, but also introduces unanticipated risks, which is especially true when we talk about academics. Now, I think the previous speakers have spoken a lot about the fact that how the use of AI is undeniable, but this is even more when it comes to academics. As the story of the movie reveals, AI, the question over here is, can AI be used uninhibited, and what are the dangers of using AI in academia? The first most important thing is, before we understand what are the issues of using AI in academics, we need to understand, or we need to briefly know that how is AI helping academics, or what is the role played by AI in academics. Now, the most out of the many roles which AI plays, I have summarized them into four basic headings, which is AI is very useful in the teaching, learning, assessment, and the research process. So when you talk about in the teaching learning process, AI-empowered speech recognition is a very helpful tool. So AI-powered empowered speech recognition is basically very useful for students who are students with disabilities or the multilingual learners, wherein AI can immediately help them in changing the language settings, or people who cannot want to study in different languages. AI can be very powerful. Other than this, AI we also have see the use of AI in a very intelligent tutoring system. So nowadays you have pre-prepared lessons where people can take up students can take up these lessons at their own pace, and these lessons are further supplemented with chatbots and virtual assistants, where questions can be asked to the chatbot and can be answered. Also, it is very helpful for the teachers in curriculum planning and coming up with a grading system, an automatic grading system. So when you're talking about coming up with assessing the students, and when the number of students is very large, an automatic grading system is very helpful. AI is also very helpful when you talk about content recommendation. So when you want to frame a new course, which we are going to see eventually, AI has been very, very helpful. Now, once again, when you're talking of AI, the starting point of all discussion in today's current world, although there are many tools available, the starting point of any discussion today is ChatGPT, which has revolutionized the entire learning teaching process. Right from understanding concepts to finding cases to analysis of cases can be done with the help of ChatGPT. I want to very briefly say what exactly ChatGPT is. ChatGPT is an AI, artificial intelligence chatbot that uses natural language processing, which Ms. Gupta explained in the previous presentation, and it helps to create a human-like conversational dialogue. I hope all of us have used ChatGPT to see how you can actually have a conversation with it. This language model then responds to the various questions or content which you put and gives you articles, social media posts, essays, emails, and so on. Now, the word GPT over here is very important. GPT basically stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, which basically means it processes requests and formulates responses to what you ask to the AI. Now, over here, let's look at this. Just 1 minute. Okay. Now, I just had a conversation with ChatGPT where I asked it to write an essay on climate change in India. If you all can see my screen, the ChatGPT has written this particular essay on climate change in India. Now, if you look at this essay, it's a very well-structured essay when it comes to structuring of the essay. It has an introduction, it has the current climate trends, it also has mitigation and adaptive strategies, and a conclusion. Now, the problem with this essay is, however, if you look at it very carefully, it does not have any analysis to it. It's a very, very informative essay, giving a lot of information, but there is no analysis which can be found in this essay over here. So ChatGPT is very helpful when it comes to giving you a structure and giving you an essay, but again, the analytical part, the critical thinking is something which is missing. Another example which I want to show you all over here is, I asked the ChatGPT to create a course for me on maritime law. I was asked to create a course on maritime law for my university. And this is when I spoke to the ChatGPT. Again, it has created a course. Now, this is something which is very helpful. For a person who's starting to create a course where you do not know where to start from, this becomes very helpful, because looking at this, the course can then be made more suitable for the kind of information which I want to teach the students, or the manner in which I want to conduct the course. So from the starting point or from the point of beginning something, this is very helpful. Now comes the interesting part, wherein you asked ChatGPT to, over here, as you see, I asked ChatGPT to give me 5 landmark judgment or cases on privity of contract in India. I hope you all can see my screen. Now, this is the cases which ChatGPT has given. Now, if you go and search each of these cases in either SCC online or on Manupatra, it will come to your notice that out of one case, only one case talks about privity of contract. The other cases are general cases which just talk about contract. Some of them have taken jurisdictional aspects in contract. Some of them have just spoken about how a contract should be formed. So what it has basically done is it has just used the word contract and given me 5 cases which use the word contract in its in the judgment. Okay. Another very interesting example over here is when I asked the ChatGPT to tell me about to give me articles on division of labor and how it contributes to social inequality. It has given me these 4 papers or 4 articles rather, which talk about division of labor and social inequality or social stratification. Now, once again, if you go on to search these papers, it will come to your notice that some of these papers don't even exist in reality. There are the journals. The name of the journal is correct, but these papers are not there. In some circumstances, the papers have been worded differently. The titles are not matching with what is given. So what I want to tell over here is that though ChatGPT is very helpful or AI is very helpful, it must be used with caution. Teachers should not use it as a shortcut, neither should students use it as a shortcut. It should not take away the importance of books and commentaries. Also, generally when we give students assignment, we often ask them to cite and give credits. A basic rule of avoiding plagiarism is citing whatever you are using. But if the articles are made or essays are made using ChatGPT, to whom shall the credit be given? Or whether students are actually giving credit to the source from which they are taking information. Also, what is happening is the process of critical thinking is gradually shrinking due to the excessive use of artificial intelligence. There is no more critical thinking which is seen in the essays or articles which are submitted by students. Many times it also happens that students may give articles or may accept the recommendations made by the AI without verifying the content or understanding the same. Now, if you look at the cases or the articles which are cited here, the students may, as it is, cite these articles without really verifying. Now, I did the task of verifying. That is how I came to know that some of them don't even exist. But students may use this without actually verifying the correctness of the article which it is citing or the information which it is giving. A very, very interesting point and also a matter of grave concern is the fact that if you put an essay generated by ChatGPT for plagiarism, it shows human generated, which means that verifying the content which is AI generated requires a very high degree of expertise. And many of the times our institutions or we over here, when we are checking the essays, or it requires a very high degree of expertise, which we may not be able to exercise. So this is another very important issue when it comes to academics. The next issue which ChatGPT or AI is bringing to us is the concern of contract cheating, or what we call as commercial ghostwriting. Now, commercial ghostwriting by humans has been something which is very old, but now with the advent of AI, this commercial ghostwriting has been taken over by AI. If at all there is any problem which happens at a later stage, whom will you hold liable? The issues of liability, the issues of actually identifying the liability when it comes to commercial ghostwriting has become another concern with AI. The growth of AI has also led to fabricated journal articles being passed peer review and being published. This raises a very grave concern for the entire academia, because now what is happening is that you see journals accepting articles which have been AI written, therefore raising the entire question of academic integrity, plagiarism, trust, and honesty on which the academia or academics is based. The last example which I want to show you all over here is the problem of bias which has creeped in, or the problem of bias and stereotyping which happens. Now, Right Cream, as you all can see, is a form of AI, which is very helpful for students and teachers alike. So for a person who's a reluctant writer or a first-time writer, Right Cream can be very helpful. It helps you to come up with blog heading, come up with instant article writer. You also have bullet points which you can come up with. Over here, there is one interesting option which talks about creating a voiceover. Now, when you create a voice, when you go to create a voiceover, if you select India over here, you see that the voices which have been used are only of two females, thereby stereotyping teaching or academics into a very female-oriented sector, and they're not including a male voice. Whereas if you take any other country, so if I take English US, you see they have a male as well as a female voice. So this stereotyping and the problem of stereotyping information or biases which the creators have are often reflected in the use of a system, in the use of the system. Lastly, I want to conclude by saying that the mere use of AI is not equivalent to academic dishonesty. It rather depends on how the tools are being used. For example, if you use ChatGPT to help reluctant writers or first-time writers to prepare a rough draft, it is okay. The concern is not about its open and free availability, but the concern is rooted in the fact that lack of availability of the tools to detect people using viral chatbots or using AI. So when you talk of Turnitin or Unicheck or PlaqueScan, other plagiarism checker tools are often used to maintain academic integrity, are not able to identify AI. It is hence time to rethink the rules of plagiarism and cheating. It is also very important that if the facts are not verified and we continue using AI the manner in which it is being used now, it will have grave consequences for the readers and damage the very reputation of the publication or the academia. Uses of AI while maintaining academic standards is what is important. And so nowhere am I saying that AI should not be used, but what I'm trying to say is that AI should be used while maintaining the academic standards. Thank you for a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. This topic was really important for us students because, it's assignment season here in college. So, it's really important for us to understand what kind of technology goes into plagiarism and, the new techniques of looking at, cheating and everything. So thank you so much, ma'am, for addressing this issue because, it is kind of like, very relevant in today's times as we students are always looking for shortcuts for, lesser deadlines as far as assignments and projects are concerned. So thank you, ma'am. I would now like to request Mukul to introduce the last speaker of the day, which is Advocate Saksha Duggal, sir. Yes, Mukul, you can.
So cybersecurity is a cat and mouse game, and the mouse is getting smarter with AI. Proceeding ahead in the conclave, the subject of emerging trends in cybercrimes follows up under the head of artificial intelligence. And to enhance our learning upon the same, I would like to welcome the 8th esteemed speaker for day 1 of the conference, namely Advocate Saksha Duggal, sir. Advocate Duggal is a practicing advocate in the Delhi High Court with a keen interest in law and technology. He is the advisor and academic outreach of Cyber Law University, an online cyber law education platform. In 2022, he has been included in India's top 100 entrepreneurs under the age of 40 by Fox Story India. Plus, he has also been awarded among the top 100 most influential Indians of 2022 by HyperEdge. Advocate Duggal is the coordinator of the Center Against Cyberbullying. He has been working on cutting-edge areas pertaining specifically to cyberbullying and cybercrime in general, and their prevalence among youth and teenagers. He had also addressed the members of the Malaysian judiciary at the session on the ground position of cybercrimes in India in 2016. He has given numerous talks in various schools in India on how children and teenagers can protect themselves from the ill effect of cyberbullying, and has also been featured in various TV programs on cyberbullying on different Indian TV channels. He's an internationally known personality who has spread his knowledge by participating in huge volumes of national and international conclaves, conferences, workshops, and so on. To name one, Advocate Duggal was a guest speaker at the virtual session on tackling cybercrime and preventing measures in April 2023, organized by Cyber Law University under the aegis of and during the fifth session of the UN Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime, deliberating with respect to a comprehensive international convention on countering the use of information and communications technology for criminal purposes. Not eating much of his time, I would now request Advocate Sakshar sir to kindly address our patient audience with his words of wisdom about emerging trends in cybercrimes.
ChatGPT, OpenAI, perplexity, artificial intelligence. I mean, these terms are quite resonant in these times. Who is not acquainted with artificial intelligence in today's time? And specifically, when I talk about OpenAI's ChatGPT, we all use it, whether it's for personal use, professional use, or anything. Some say it makes us lazy. Some say it makes our life simpler. But at the end of the day, what exactly can we do with artificial intelligence? How can we leverage this respective technology? Ladies and gentlemen, in today's times, we have two schools of thought. One place, people are extremely bullish on AI. I mean, stalwarts like Mark Zuckerberg, they believe that artificial intelligence is here to stay and it will make our lives, it will change our lives completely. And on the other hand, we have stalwarts like Elon Musk, who are quite worried about the ramifications of artificial intelligence. He says that AI is much more disastrous compared to nuclear bombs. Now, the question is, what is the right answer? And as working professionals, as students of law, what should we do in order to understand this technology and in order to actually avail this respective opportunity? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have to understand in today's times, yes, we are living in the age of AI, but the reality is that right now, artificial intelligence is at its infancy stage. So number one rule is that you can't completely depend upon AI. There is this concept of artificial intelligence that is, in today's times, a lot of people resonate it with the generative AI model called ChatGPT. So ChatGPT hallucinates content. What do I mean by that? I simply mean that ChatGPT has this wonderful ability of presenting you content in such an influential manner that you would believe that it's true. But in a lot of cases, it just makes random content. It's hallucinating. It's not necessary that the facts you are actually getting from ChatGPT are always true. Therefore, you can't completely rely on it. But number two, which is even more important, is you can't also ignore artificial intelligence. You can't say that, okay, I'm not from a tech background. It's okay. I don't mind AI coming here and there. Why should I care? Well, the reality is you have to care, because right now we are seeing these examples that AI is impacting every single field, irrespective of whether it's the legal fraternity, technical field, creative industry, or any field. Therefore, it is vital that today, as students of law, we can actually avail this respective opportunity by imbibing certain skill sets within our ambit. Now, what are these skill sets? Well, I'm sure you guys must have heard about things like, yes, ChatGPT is helping lawyers in drafting, in giving different use cases, different case laws. It's helping in that. That's fine. That's one part. But on the second part, which is in our hands, is to imbibe certain skills. And what are these skill sets? Well, I call them as CAP, not CAP CAP, but KAP CAP, where K stands for knowledge of upcoming trends. A stands for adaptability, and P stands for predicting future trends. Well, as lawyers, we all know that we have to constantly update ourselves with respective, news updates, different case laws, different judgments that are happening. But we have to ask ourselves, that are we really equipped with the knowledge of artificial intelligence, which is actually impacting the legal fraternity? And it's quite important. Irrespective of whether you practice civil law, criminal law, you are in the IPR sector or any field, at the end of the day, AI is impacting legal fraternity. There are states, countries like Estonia, they're actually going with AI judges. They have started this practice. China on 15th August 2023 has actually come up with its own AI law, and now it's implemented in their respective nation. Are we, as legal students, do we know about these facts? Do we know what are the different laws that are coming in different countries? For example, the European Union is in the process of getting its own artificial intelligence law. US is doing the same. It's actually our duty to understand these respective laws and to see how can we actually have them in our own respective country. Because today or tomorrow, India will also come up with its own respective artificial intelligence law. And at that time, as legal students, as legal professionals, are we ready to understand that respective law? Because obviously, the framework that which these countries have come up with, our law will also resonate with it. Therefore, it's vital that we are updated with the current trends. Number one. Number two is obviously adaptability. Now, that might sound quite monotonous in nature, but at the end of the day, if we are not adaptable to change, that's where the problem occurs. Today, if you're a student and you don't know what to pursue in the legal field, whether it's civil, it's criminal law, any law, at the end of the day, you have to realize that AI or any respective technology will impact your practice. That's where you have to have this open mindset that, okay, no matter what I'm pursuing, no matter what kind of internship I'm going, no matter what job I'm doing, I should know at least the basics of what's happening around me. And last but not least, it's predicting future trends. Now, I am not saying you are, be a fortune teller or something like that. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, once you know what kind of law is at present, you can actually use your own cognitive abilities to think of future laws and future case scenarios. For example, we closely work with a lot of companies where we actually discuss different case laws that can actually happen, different situations. Just to give you a small example, we all know about Tesla, right? Sooner or later, Tesla will also come in India. Just imagine this case. A person is driving in a Tesla, right? Suddenly a truck comes and there is an accident that is caused. Now the question is, who is liable? Is it the car owner? Is it the company owner? Is it the engineer behind that car, or is it AI? And if in such a case, the engineer proves that there was a technical glitch, it's not my fault, then what happens? What is the legal scenario regarding that respective situation? Questions like, should we give legality to artificial intelligence or not? These kind of questions become extremely vital for us. And obviously, as students, we go at different mood courts. If you're going at different mood courts, you are exposed to different laws as well as different situations. So why not do the same practice with AI and future respective laws? Think of things that how AI can actually impact our current scenario and what kind of legalities will occur. What kind of legal scenarios and legal questions can come forward? If you are in this practice of constantly thinking about these kind of scenarios, sooner or later you realize that irrespective of whether any law is coming or not, you have actually trained your brain to be AI ready for the future. Therefore, to conclude, see, you should not be overwhelmed with this technology. You should just keep it very simple, which is one golden mantra. Be updated with all the respective trends happening in AI with respect to your job. And number two, how can you avail this respective opportunity? If you're able to keep these two golden principles in mind, I'm sure you'll definitely have a bright future ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Second session.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the end of the first part of the conference today. I would now like to request my colleague Vandita to proceed with the vote of thanks. And after that, we will have the paper presentation session, which will be presided over by Brajesh, sir. Over to you, Vandita.
Thank you. I, Vandita Rastogi, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth, Dean to be University, New Law College, Pune, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association, deem it as a great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on the day one of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Research in Artificial Intelligence, Reforming Society and Law. Let us first of all start by giving glory and reverence to the Almighty for making the day of this conference a resounding success. First and foremost, I thank our esteemed panelists for their time and consideration for the event. In all veracity, you have created a tornado in the pattern of our thoughts and ideologies. We once again thank you all for gracing our event with your illuminative and magnanimous presence. I sincerely thank Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association for always motivating and guiding their students towards the path of success. I am grateful to Dr. Ujjwala Bendale ma'am, Dean and in charge principal, for her words of encouragement. Her guidance has always encouraged us. We thank her for her kindness, interest, hospitality, and continued support. I thank our constant benefactors, Professor Ms. Rashmi Dubey ma'am, Dr. Devendra Vishwakarma sir, and Dr. Brajesh Kumar sir for their vision, commitment, and confidence in their students. I sincerely thank all the faculty members and technical team of Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, for making this event a resounding success. I sincerely thank Anaya Mapari and Mukul Arya, student coordinators, for always serving in the best interest of the set. Last but not the least, we thank you, our friends, for your cooperation in making this function an emphatic success. And finally, I leave you to resonate with this quote by Anonymous. They said, and I quote, "Artificial intelligence is not a substitute for human intelligence. It is a tool to amplify human creativity and ingenuity." Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. We will see you tomorrow for the second day of the conference, where more speakers will enlighten us about artificial intelligence, reforming society, and law. I now request Brajesh sir to take over the conference for the paper presentations. Thank you.
विशाल भारवेश सर है क्या?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Yes, Vishal Bharvesh sir.
Yes, sir. Can I
Please start
present?
your presentation, sir.
So please give me the rights so that I share my PPT.
Okay.
Should I start, sir?
Yes, please start.
Such sharing rights are not with me right now. I'm not able to share. So is my PPT is visible?
Yes, sir, visible.
Yes, sir. So, hello everyone. So, my name is Vishal Bharvesh. I'm a research scholar from LNCT University, Bhopal. So, today I'm presenting my paper on Metaverse, the role of social network activities and the Metaverse as I'm sure artificial intelligence is going to play a very vital role when the metaverse is going to be swing in the entire world. So I'm quickly going to cover all these things. So in a summarized format. So first is about metaverse. So we all aware about that Facebook has launched their new horizon world, which is called metaverse, a combination of virtual reality and augmented reality. And the aim of this presentation and paper is to find out the exactly what is metaverse and the social network activity statics on the metaverse. And of course, AI will going to play a very vital role. So the origin of metaverse is basically in 1992 with the famous novel fiction novel called Snow Crash, where the term metaverse has been used for the universe, meta and the universe. So in this novel, he had told the meaning of the word where the people connect with each other with the help of digital gadgets. So in 1992, they have written that novel, and now it's in a reality with us. For metaverse, we need a virtual reality handset device and a good network speed so that we can connect through this virtual world. And after this, all we have to open a Facebook account, which is also called nowadays a Meta account. And through this Meta account, we can successfully log in on the metaverse. And with the virtual reality and augmented reality, we can serve the entire metaverse world. So what we can do inside the metaverse? So in a metaverse, we can move from one place to another place like a real world. By going to the shopping mall, you can do the shopping, roaming around, and you are making your own friends. But we are not physically doing all these things. Our avatars, which is a normal word for this metaverse, our avatars are going to do all these things. Our brain is basically connected with those avatars, and those avatars are doing all these things because everything is finally doing our brain. So our brain is basically virtually roaming the entire metaverse. So here it is written, virtually you can do all the activities that you are doing right now in the real world, but in a virtual way as well with your avatars. Now only this the good brought the imaginary world will be delivering you the real world system. For this, the payment method you will adopted as a cryptocurrency. So everything will be bind here. We have a cryptocurrency, we have a big chain technologies, AI technologies, everything is going to be merged under this metaverse environment. So now I'm quickly going to some statistics, which I have done the research on it, which is the main part of my this paper. So the reason why the peoples are joining this metaverse is work possibilities. Of course, most of the education system, hospitality, hospitals, doctorates, even the lawyers, even the many cases are going to be resolved with this metaverse. Like judges are on some other areas, defendants are on some other areas, lawyers are on some other area. But with the help of this metaverse, their virtual system will work together and they can resolve those issues. Art and life environment, money transformations, of course cryptocurrency is going to be a vital role. Then so sorry, then the education system, in the education system we are going to use this. Online dating and socialization, which is the vital role for social media. Gaming and adult entertainment, these are the different areas and percentage where the users are finding good for the metaverse. Next is the social network users from 2019 to 2027. So the users, because whatever we are using right now is a 2D system, but once this metaverse of the 3D system will be launched, the usage is not growing so much increasingly because due to COVID, if you can look clearly here, in 2020 the usage is increases by 23 percentage. Initially, we have in a 2019 3.15 billion users we have on social network, but in 2022 from the COVID period, it jumps to 3.90, the highest jump we have ever recorded in the history of this internet technology. That we have an increase by 23.80%. Then 2021, 22, 23, we have such percentages. It is growing increasingly. It is not going by zero. It's increasing every year. So if I give a big calculation from 2019 to 2027, it's almost double, 85.71% increment in a billion users. So of course, once the metaverse is available with us in next 15 years, it's going to be 200% jump in the current users as we compare to the current users. And under this, the many factors are going to become. Social network and current platforms. The current platforms which we are using nowadays, average time spent by the users in 2019 means the Facebook, they are minimum expending. It's a minimum time they are expending on the Facebook is 35 minutes. Now it's 51. On an average calculation, I have taken from many resources from the internet, going through with many articles, and I've taken these calculation. Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, WhatsApp, they are spending these times. So the maximum time is right now is with YouTube, and then with the WhatsApp and Instagram, they are spending in 2023. So the social networking they are spending means from 24 hours, they are minimum spending 1 hour with all those social media activity, and it's an average of these billion users. Mean if I go back to my previous screen, so if we can go back to my previous screen. So as per current ratio, it's 4.91 billion users on internet we are having. So out of these 4.90 billion users, average is 51% they are using Facebook per day. 51 minutes they are spending on Facebook, few are spending on Instagram, Twitter, and so on. Next is, on basis of this, the average time spent by the user on metaverse means I have done some research on the meta site and some other articles. So I have gone through with this calculation. In the current scenario of metaverse, exactly metaverse is now it's alive. Many users are using with Roblox and many applications we are using metaverse. Currently, it is not in a full-fledged, but still users are using metaverse minimum 60 minutes, especially the generation under 19, because they are spending a big time on gaming. So metaverse is basically giving, they are spending 60 minutes per day. Of course, their user count is bit low right now, but in future, it's going to be increased. So as per this calculation, I came to my calculation that metaverse is spending online dating and socializing applications, especially when we have this in a full-fledged format. Of course, it is going to be play a vital role in education, in hospitalities, and in hospitals, education, law agencies, education, gaming, everywhere. But the vital role is the dating and social networking applications. So under all these things, I think artificial intelligence is going to be make a vital role, because many things are going to be happen in that virtual world where we are not actually there, but our avatars are there and roaming around everywhere. So the future of metaverse is infinite and depends on how well it connected with other people's making things and other things. So the main part is e-commerce, e-business, educations, events, and gamings. And today, with the key help note speakers, I have learned many things about their business and other things. So of course, in e-business, it's going to be play a vital role. And the risk factor of social networking activities with metaverse is data privacy risk. Of course, heavy risk. Protecting our children, we have to protect them. They are badly affected with this social media, and now it's a metaverse. So we need to protect them. The new health concerns, it's a very famous sentence I have got from the internet, is the hangover, the VI and the hangover of post VI sadness. We are very happy on that metaverse, and suddenly we came back to the real world, making a big difference. Then virtual crimes, of course, social crimes are there. So now the lawyers are deal with these virtual crimes, and they have to get some representations and other things on this virtual crime systems. And identity hacking risks. Of course, social media is hacked. So of course, the metaverse is also going to be hacked in somehow, and we have to find some resolutions. Of course, Meta company will going to do a big role on this. So the conclusion is the metaverse is expected to be a significant impact online gaming, e-commerce, remote working, as well as media. It is allow us to experience our digital lives with the people worldwide, manually networking through the metaverse naturally. Of course, the biggest example is right now we are all connected with Google Meet. But once we are all aware about with metaverse and we are all having our devices and everything, so might be we all are doing this meeting with the help of our avatars lively on the metaverse system. Of course, it could be happened. So this is all about from my side about the metaverse and other things. Any question from anyone? I like to answer. Yes, sir. I'm done, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Any question from anyone, sir?
Please message anyone question. Okay, next Dr. Vinita Savarkar. डॉक्टर विनीता है क्या? सिद्धराम बीजापुर. ओके, सुरेश काशीनाथ सर. डॉक्टर निशा मैडम है क्या? फ्रॉम फिरोजाबाद. डॉक्टर गोपाला ये सर है क्या? डॉक्टर गोपाला ये गवर्नमेंट लॉ कॉलेज.
Sir?
Yes, madam. Go.
Sir, I am presenting Dr. Gopala and myself, Manjula NS. It's a joint presentation, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Please start.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. The paper which I am presenting is Artificial Intelligence in the Context of Indian Judicial System. Over the years, the recognition of artificial intelligence and its benefits in research field are tremendous. As such, the artificial intelligence has transformed the legal sector drastically and has made this industry a consumer-centric one. The advocates, researchers, and students in legal research make use of this technology in finding out the most relevant case laws and even assisting the judges in conducting the crisp and fast research for delivering the judgment. To explore the use of artificial intelligence in judicial domain, the Supreme Court of India has constituted an Artificial Intelligence Committee, which has mainly identified application of AI technology in translation of judicial documents, legal research assistant, and process automation. It is up to human beings to develop the tool to create institution and to build the capacity to shape the future AI technologies in the safe, ethical, and responsible way so that it upholds the human rights and well-being. In this paper, would like to discuss the impact of artificial intelligence technology on Indian judicial system and the awareness of unique challenges that are faced in managing this complex system in the judiciary. Due to the huge backlog of the pending cases at all levels of the courts in judicial hierarchy, the common men are becoming disponent in judicial system. Timely justice is very much necessary. Where justice is denied, the justice is where justice is delayed, the justice is denied. The Supreme Court of India published a report titled Subordinate Judiciary Access to Justice 2016 asserts the capacity constraints are the main reason for high level of pendency. The report explains the reason and state that mounting pendency of cases in the subordinate court is because a subordinate judiciary has been working under deficiency of the courtrooms, judicial officers, and one cogent reason is that modernization and computerization have not reached all the courts. The outcome then is delayed and inefficient justice delivered, which is not very useful for the society. The Honorable Justice of India, Justice S.A. Bode, recently proposed to bring in the system of artificial intelligence, which would ease and support the administration of justice in India. During the Constitution Day function organized by the Supreme Court Bar Association on 26 November 2000, 19, in his speech, he said that the idea is to provide the aid to the justice delivery system and not to ever substitute the judges. That is, we propose to introduce, if possible, a system of artificial intelligence. There are many things which we need to look at before introducing ourselves. We do not want to give the impression that this is ever going to substitute the judges. According to the CJI, the machines cannot replace humans, specifically the knowledge and wisdom of judges. The deployment of AI system will help in reducing the pendency and expedite the judicial adjunction. During the same period, on the same day, the Supreme Court mobile application was launched by the then President of India, Sri Ramnath Kovind, which asserted that an artificial intelligence fueled the law translation system, which facilitate the quality translation and will further help in improving the efficiency of Indian judicial system. This app will translate the Supreme Court judges in more than 9 regional languages. We would say that this is the first step in the application of artificial intelligence in the Indian judicial system. This idea of artificial intelligence has been brought up for consideration to restore the effectiveness and efficiency of Indian judicial delivery system. With the increasing trend in the world of digitalization, this field of artificial intelligence may help to reduce the number of pending cases. To explore the use of artificial intelligence in judicial domain, the Supreme Court of India has constituted Artificial Intelligence Committee, which has mainly identified the application of AI technology in translation of judicial documents, assistance in legal research, and the process of automation. The Supreme Court's first brush with AI and AI Intelligence Committee launched a portal called the Supreme Court Portal for Assistance in the Court Efficiency. Among other things, SUPACE was aimed at providing digital infrastructure for the purpose of digitalization of the court process. In 2021, the Supreme Court has been using AI control tool design to process the information and make it available to the judges for their decision. A tool that is used by the Supreme Court of India is SUVAS, S-U-V-A-S, that is the Supreme Court Vidhik Anuvad software, which translates the legal papers from English to vernacular languages and vice versa. The transcription can boost the case disposal and bring down the pendency across the court in India. The Supreme Court also used AI to transcribe its proceedings that were aired live. For the first time, the Supreme Court of India set up to utilize the artificial intelligence and technology powered by natural language processing to provide live transcription of its hearing. A screen displaying the live transcription of the proceeding was displayed in the court of Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud. The Bangalore-based company called Technology Enabled Resolutions, which had earlier provided AI-enabled transcription service to arbitration practitioners, held the apex to develop this facility. I would like to quote a case. For the first time on 28 March 2023, the Punjab Haryana High Court used the chat GPT technology to decide a case on bailment plea of the accused, and it rejected the petition. This chat GDP is an AI software which is created by US-based company OpenAI. This AI chatbot can recognize the patterns and develop new outputs based on its knowledge, enabling human-like conversation, generate pre-trained transformers, and also a large language models. A large language models is a deep learning algorithm that can recognize, summarize, translate, predict, and generate the text and other context based on language knowledge gained from massive data sets, which was launched on November 30th, 2022. The chat GDP is a quick because it is sophisticated algorithm and OpenAI massive data set. The GPT-3, GPT-4, there are billion of parameters. The bot can create a variety of text, articles, stories, screenplays, marketing, communication, imitation, text, and even computing the code. Now, it is the fastest growing consumer software application which is used by 100 million users. And I would also like to say that does not mean that the judiciary is adverse to the new AI tool that would expedite the justice. The Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud has been emphasizing on the importance of AI in the judicial system. In fact, the Supreme Court uses the application like Supreme Court Vidhik Anwad software, translation tool, and the Supreme Court portal for assisting in the court efficiency, the SUPACE. The aid in reviewing the case files, conducting legal research, selecting the most pertinent material to providing the speedy justice. Challenges in the judicial system. The usage of AI in judiciary also poses a problem. If a lawyer uses the chat GDP for the legal research, include cases or citation in the brief field, which the court, but the court could not find the cases, the lawyer had to admit that he did not independently confirm their legitimacy. Therefore, lawyers should be cautioned when using the generative AI for legal research with the court proceedings. I would like to conclude that AI has many potential benefits in the Indian judicial system. Use of AI intelligent in decision making in the court is a viable solution for bringing down the pendency of the cases in India. It will definitely be a blessing to ensure sustainable and speedy justice delivery system. Therefore, use of AI in decision making in the courts is a viable solution to bring overall the pendency cases, bringing down the pendency cases in India. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good presentation. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Sunita.
Thank you, sir.
Venkar, ma'am. Dr. Subhash Tatirao Pandit. Dr. Subhash, sir. Dr. Kamalpreet Kaur. Dr. Poonam Mahajan. Dr. Siddha Raju C. Professor Prakash H. रुपेश हैं क्या? रुपेश जी. डॉक्टर अरविंद कुमार सर. रश्मि यदुवंशी. रश्मि यदुवंशी. ईदल सिंह. आशीष मैसी. डॉक्टर रीना नीलिमा लाकरा है क्या? डॉक्टर रीना. अनिल कुमार यादव सर. अनिल कुमार यादव. डॉक्टर सविता. ओके. डॉक्टर महेंद्र कुजूर सर है क्या? डॉक्टर महेंद्र. अर्जुन चौहान सर है क्या? आसमा रिजवी. आसमा रिजवी है क्या? डॉक्टर चंपावती.
यस सर.
यस प्लीज प्रेजेंटेशन में.
जी जी जी. थैंक यू ब्रजेश सर. इस 2 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित सभी विद्वत जनों को मेरा नमस्कार एवं जोहार. मैं सर्वप्रथम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजन समिति के सभी सदस्यों को हृदय से धन्यवाद देती हूँ, जिन्होंने मुझे आज के कॉन्फ्रेंस में अपना विचार व्यक्त करने का मौका दिया है. मेरा आज का विषय है The role of artificial intelligence in education and analytical study. शिक्षा में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की भूमिका एक विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन. मैं अपने विचार को संक्षिप्त में व्यक्त करने का प्रयास करूंगी. वर्तमान समय में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की भूमिका हर क्षेत्र में बढ़ती जा रही है. कोरोना वायरस महामारी के बाद भारत में शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में काफी बदलाव आए हैं। छात्रों और शिक्षकों समेत सभी लोगों ने प्रौद्योगिकी पर अपने भरोसे को मजबूत किया है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी में सीखने और शिक्षण दोनों को अनुकूलित करने की शक्ति है। एआई टेक्नोलॉजी से शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में विकास का मार्ग प्रशस्त होता है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी भविष्य में शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण तंत्र को और अधिक मजबूत करेगी। इसके कुछ मौलिक पक्ष मैं संक्षिप्त रूप में रखने का प्रयास करूंगी, जिसमें पहला है स्वचालित कार्य। शैक्षिक प्रक्रिया में आज भी काफी हद तक मैनुअल तरीके से काम होता है, लेकिन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से ग्रेडिंग, मूल्यांकन, एडमिशन प्रोसेस, प्रगति रिपोर्ट और व्याख्या के लिए संसाधनों को व्यवस्थित करने जैसे नियमित कार्य आसानी से हो जाएंगे। शिक्षकों के समय समय पर कार्य पूरा होंगे और छात्रों का कौशल विकसित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इसमें दूसरा है व्यक्तिगत शिक्षा। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी यह सुनिश्चित कर सकता है कि शिक्षा व्यक्तियों के लिए व्यक्तिगत हो। छात्रों के लिए पहले से ही अनुकूलित शिक्षण सॉफ्टवेयर और डिजिटल कार्यक्रम है। एआई टेक्नोलॉजी न केवल प्रत्येक छात्र की जरूरतों को पूरा कर सकता है, बल्कि उन विशिष्ट विषयों को भी पूरा कर सकता है जिन पर उन्हें जोर देना चाहिए। यह प्रत्येक छात्र के लिए एक अद्वितीय और अनुरूप सीखने का मार्ग तैयार करेगा। अगला है यूनिवर्सल एक्सेस। एआई टेक्नोलॉजी स्मार्ट सामग्री बनाने में मदद करेगी। इससे सभी छात्रों को फायदा होगा। इसमें वह छात्र भी शामिल होंगे जो देख या सुन नहीं सकते। यह शिक्षक द्वारा कही गई हर बात के लिए छात्रों को रियल टाइम उपशीर्षक प्रदान कर सकता है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी उन साइलों को तोड़ सकता है जो छात्रों को आगे बढ़ने से रोकती है। अगला है शिक्षण प्रशिक्षण। छात्रों को प्रभावी ढंग से ज्ञान प्रदान करने में सक्षम होने के लिए शिक्षकों को अपने कौशल को लगातार अपडेटेड करना चाहिए। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी छात्रों को उन चीजों पर खुद को अपडेटेड रखने की अनुमति देगा जो वह नहीं जानते थे। इसके साथ उनके पास नई पीढ़ी को सिखाने के लिए अधिक गहन और व्यापक ज्ञान का आधार होगा। शिक्षार्थी सहायता और ट्यूशन की सुविधा। छात्र अपने प्रश्नों को अपनी गति से और शिक्षकों की प्रतीक्षा किए बिना हल कर सकते हैं, जबकि एआई टेक्नोलॉजी ट्यूटर और चैटबॉट छात्रों को अपने कौशल को तेज करने और कक्षा के बाहर कमजोर छात्रों के लिए भी सुधार करने की मदद कर सकते हैं। एआई टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से शिक्षक अपने अनुभव अधिक प्रभावी ढंग से प्रदान कर सकते हैं। अगला है तत्काल प्रतिक्रिया। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी न केवल अकादमिक शैक्षिक बोर्डों को एक पाठ्यक्रम तैयार करने में मदद कर सकता है, बल्कि यह पाठ्यक्रम की सफलता के बारे में तत्काल प्रतिक्रिया प्राप्त करने में भी मदद कर सकता है। स्कूल विशेष रूप से ऑनलाइन निगरानी के लिए और छात्रों के प्रदर्शन के साथ कोई समस्या होने पर शिक्षकों को सतर्क करने के लिए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी सिस्टम का उपयोग किया जा सकता है। स्मार्ट कंटेंट। जब कोई शिक्षा में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की भूमिका के बारे में सोचता है तो स्मार्ट कंटेंट हमेशा दिमाग में आता है। स्मार्ट कंटेंट सामग्री व्यक्तिकृत होती है और जनसांख्यिकी प्रासंगिक और व्यवहारिक डेटा के अनुसार गतिशील रूप से अपडेट हो सकती है। एआई टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे दैनिक जीवन के साथ साथ विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में एक बड़ा बदलाव ला रही है। अब हम निष्कर्षतः कह सकते हैं कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी शिक्षण को जरूर आसान और उन्नत बनाने में मददगार हो सकती है, लेकिन आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस टेक्नोलॉजी कभी भी एक शिक्षक और समुदाय का समर्पण भावना का विकल्प नहीं हो सकती। तकनीक कभी भी मानवीय चेतना, बुद्धिमत्ता और भावात्मक स्पर्श का जगह नहीं ले सकती। इतना ही कहकर मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देती हूँ। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू ब्रजेश सर। थैंक यू सर।
ओके, थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। ओके, नेक्स्ट हेमेंद्र सिंह है क्या? हेमेंद्र सिंह। हाँ, वो एक पुणे की यूनिवर्सिटी। ठीक है मैम, हम कर देंगे, है ना?
नेक्स्ट रूपेश
जी।
नागेंद्र। नेक्स्ट दिव्याकर।
डॉक्टर अनागा है क्या? डॉक्टर अनागा। अंकिता देश पांडे है क्या? अंकिता देश पांडे है क्या? डॉक्टर अनागा बलडोता। कावेरी आदित्य देव है क्या? डॉक्टर एल त्रिपुटी है क्या? फ्रॉम तेलंगाना। सुफल व्यापारी है क्या?
Yes, sir, I am here.
यस,
Am I audible, sir?
यस सर।
Okay. Namaskar, my name is Sufal Vipari. Currently, I'm pursuing PhD in Political Science from Vidyasagar University. By thanking all the respected... Hello? By thanking all the respected dignitaries present here, I would like to present a paper titled The AI Revolution, Consequences for Individual, Society and the State. This paper explores the profound consequences of the AI revolution for individual, society and the state, examining both opportunities and challenges. First, we can discuss the AI's impact on individual level. The most immediate consequences of the AI revolution for individuals is its impact on employment and the labor market. Automation in AI-driven technologies have the potential to replace many jobs, particularly those that involve repetitive tasks and manual labor. AI-powered systems offer individuals unprecedented levels of personalization and convenience. However, this convenience comes at a cost of privacy, as AI system collects and analyzes a vast amount of personal data, raising concerns about the data security and surveillance. Additionally, AI is revolutionizing healthcare by enabling more accurate diagnosis, personalized treatment plans, and drug discovery. However, ethical considerations such as data privacy and AI bias in healthcare algorithms must be carefully addressed. Now we can address some of the impact of AI on societal level. The AI revolution necessitates a shift in education and skill development. Lifelong learning and upskilling programs are essential to ensure that society can harness the full potential of AI without leaving anyone behind. Society faces the challenges of addressing economic disparities exacerbated by the AI revolution. While AI can create wealth and economic growth, it has also potential to concentrate power and wealth in the hands of a few tech giants and investors. Policymakers must implement measures to ensure a fair distribution of the benefits of AI and mitigate its potential negative consequences. The AI evolution raises complex ethical and legal questions. Issues such as AI bias, accountability for AI-driven decisions, and the ethical use of AI in military applications demand careful consideration. Now, the impact of AI on the state is also multifaceted. AI has transformative implications for national security and defense. Autonomous weapons, cyber warfare, and AI-powered surveillance system present both opportunities and risks. AI can enhance public services and governance by optimizing resource allocation, improving decision-making process, and increasing the efficiency of public institutions. However, it is also raises concerns about transparency, accountability, and the potential for biased algorithms influencing policy decisions. The state must strike a balance between leveraging AI for public good and safeguarding against misuse. The AI revolution has become a centerpiece of global competition, and states must compete for AI leadership to secure economic and strategic advantage. At the same time, international cooperation is vital to address global challenges such as climate change and pandemics. In conclusion, one can say that the AI revolution is reshaping the world at an unprecedented pace with profound consequences for individual, society, and the state. While it offers tremendous opportunities for increased convenience, productivity, and well-being, it also faces challenges related to employment, privacy, inequality, and ethics. With this, I'm concluding my arguments. Thank you.
ओके,
Thank you,
थैंक
sir.
यू सर। डॉक्टर तिरुपति सर हैं क्या? डॉक्टर तिरुपति सर? डॉक्टर पार्वती? यस, डॉक्टर तिरुपति सर। ओके, थैंक यू। है ना, कोई प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहता है क्या? आप में से कोई प्रेजेंटेशन करना चाहता है क्या?
हेलो
जी,
आशुतोष। हेलो
यस सर।
सर, आशुतोष इज हियर।
जी जी, यस सर, इंट्रोडक्शन एंड प्लीज स्टार्ट सर।
ओके सर।
Hello, sir.
यस सर, प्लीज स्टार्ट।
हेलो सर। हेलो।
यस सर।
My name is Ashutosh, research scholar in City University under the supervision of Dr. Hamir Singh, Deputy Director of IPCR. My presentation on enhancing data security and fraud detection in wireless network using meta-heuristic algorithms. Meta-heuristic algorithm bolster wireless network security through enhanced encryption and fraud detection. They generate strong encryption keys, optimize parameters, and provide a comprehensive defense mechanism. This approach.
Ashutoshi, your screen is not visible. Only one male screen is visible.
Okay,
The
sir,
presentation is not visible.
So it's visible now.
No, sir. I think you need to go to entire share screen. Select the option entire screen share
Okay, sir.
instead of single. It will help.
Sorry, visible now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, sir. My name is Ashutosh, research scholar in City University in Punjab, under the supervision of Dr. Hamir Singh ji, Deputy Director, IPR Cell. My topic of presentation is enhancing data security and fraud detection in wireless network using meta-heuristic algorithms. Meta-heuristic algorithm bolster wireless network security through enhanced encryption and fraud detection. They generate strong encryption keys, optimize parameters, and provide a comprehensive defense mechanism. This approach fosters trust, significant data, and adapts to evolving threats, reinforcing the integrity and wireless network communication. Wireless networks have become an integral part of our daily life, facilitating seamless communication and data exchange. However, the convenience they offer also make them valuable to security threats and fraud. Ensuring data security and detecting fraud in wireless network is paramount to protect sensitive information and maintain trust among users. This paper presents a comprehensive approach to address these challenges by leveraging meta-heuristic algorithm for enhancing defense mechanism. In introduction, the meta-heuristic algorithm are trivial in enforcing wireless network security and fraud detection. They streamline feature selection, reducing data complexity for effective fraud detection. These algorithms enhance analogy and intrusion detection, optimizing parameter for accurate identification. They foster data encryption, key management, and traffic analysis, residing in safeguarding sensitive information. Real-time resource algorithm ensures violent in monitoring while adapting security response for evolving threats. Scalable solution carried to verify network size, promoting versatile source optimization strikes a balance between security and network performance. In a wireless world reliant on secure communication, meta-heuristic algorithms offer adaptable, efficient, and robust solutions, enforcing data security and fraud prevent. In future selection, data security and fraud detection in wireless network. Data security and fraud detection in wireless network are crucial due to threats like wireless sniffing, APDOS attack, and illegal AP use. These risks can compromise sensitive business information, sustain robust defense monitoring, and indicate response plans to safeguard data from unauthorized access or exposure. Meta-heuristic algorithm for data security and fraud detection in a wireless network. Utilize meta-heuristic algorithm in wireless network security and fraud detection involve problem definition, data collection, algorithm selection, parameter configuration, iterative solution explorer, and robust violation. Fine tuning and deployment of real-time protection are key, assisting continuous monitoring for evolving threats. These systematic processes enhance network security and fraud detection, safeguarding data and integrity. These are the literature view we used to make this paper. In Kumar and I wrote 2020, in which this paper they use the methodology to utilize generic algorithm for future selection and hybrid classification with logistic regression and decision tree. In this paper, they finally achieve an accuracy of 99.4% and detection rate of 99.3% using gray for optimization. Tools used in this paper: HCLKD dataset, generic algorithm, logistic regression, decision tree, and graph wolf optimization. Usha and Ott in 2022, in this paper, they use the methodology implemented glow bomb optimization along with the principal component analysis for plot instruction detection. In this paper, they find geometric improved precision, detection rate, recall accuracy, and fraud compared to existing method. The tool used in this paper is NCI KDD dataset, glow bomb, swarm optimization, and principal component analysis. Third paper, Safi and all 2022. In this, they find use the methodology developed a hybrid infection detection system for healthcare fast load using meta-heuristic and machine learning algorithm. They find in this paper achieved high accuracy and outperformed state-of-the-art method. The tools used in this paper are practical swarm optimization, generic algorithm, differential evaluation, non-nearest neighborhood, Forestio in 2021. And this utilize activity prints and multi-agent algorithm for load algorithm detection. These are the some other papers we use for create our research paper. Then we come to the next point: research needed. Research needed in meta-heuristic based network security includes scalability for real-world deployment, adaptability to emerging threats, interoperability with existing infrastructure, energy efficient implementation of logs, and improving algorithm explain ability. Additionally, the need for reserve benchmark dataset exploration for optimal hybrid approach, robustness against adversarial attacks, and ethical consideration in algorithm application require further investigation. Achieving real-time response without sacrificing accuracy in other challenges. Addressing this need is vital to advising meta-heuristic-based security solution, ensuring their effectiveness in safeguard modern attack against evolving cybersecurity threats. Next point is research significance. Research applying meta-heuristic algorithm to network security and intrusion detection is vital of the enhancing modern network security, adapting to evolving threat optimization, source use, and addressing lot and wireless network security challenges. It promotes interoperability, trust, accountability, and ethical practice, contributing to network resilience in the digital era. Now, scope of this research in meta-heuristic algorithm for network security and incident detection covers algorithm development, feature selection, real-time detection, lot security, hybrid approach, ethics, benchmarks, dataset, standardization, adversarial defense, resource efficiency, and interdependently. This comprehensive scope addresses technical challenges, ethical concern, and interdisciplinary application crucial for enhancing network security and resilience. At the end of the conclusion of this paper is this discussion covered the critical realm of network security and infection detection, primarily focusing on the integration of meta-heuristic algorithm. These algorithms hold great potential in enhancing security by optimizing infection detection system, adaptability to emerging threats, and source efficiency. Identified research gap include scalability, interoperability, ethical consideration, and real-time responses, all of which underscore the evolving nature of this field. The significance of this research lies in its role in finding network security, protecting sensitive data, and fostering ethical practice in an interconnected digital landscape. This scope of research is expansive in comprehensive algorithm development, feature selection, lot security, and much more, offering ample opportunity for innovation. Furthermore, the discussion developed into the importance of data security and fraud detection in wireless network. These are the references we use to relate this paper. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I am Dr. L. Tirupati. Can I go now?
Yes, please present it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. My topic is artificial intelligence laws and cyber security in India, a review. This is Dr. L. Tirupati, Assistant Professor of Political Science, Government City College, Hyderabad, Telangana, sir. So, artificial intelligence is simulation of human intelligence
processed by machine, especially the computer system. So nowadays the application includes advanced web search engines, recommendation systems used by YouTube or Amazon or many other, and it completing the at the highest level in the strategic game systems. In India, it doesn't have specific laws for regarding the protection, but Personal Information Act safeguarding under the Section 43A and Section 72A of the Information Technology Act. It gives a right to compensation of improper disclosure of personal information similar to GDPR. In 2017, the Supreme Court declared the right to privacy as a fundamental right protecting under the Indian Constitution. So this gives very significant uh, information regarding the artificial intelligence concern. So in present, the artificial intelligence has the prospects of adding 957 US billion dollar, which would be around 15% of India's current gross value in 2035. So it indicates the artificial intelligence will be able to touch everyone's life in some form of other in the year to come. In the year 2018, Niti Aayog formulated, initiated and committee various programs on the application of artificial intelligence. So regarding and coming to the artificial intelligence and the cyber security. Now, artificial intelligence and the machine learnings are now becoming very essential to information security, as those technologies are capable of swiftly analyzing the million of data sets and tracking down to a wide variety of cyber threats, from malware to menace to the shady behavior to mighty result in phishing attacks. These are the very important security concerns. Security professionals need strong support from the intelligence machines and advanced technology like a network successfully and protect their organization from the cyber attacks. So in this way, the cyber security and will be strengthened by using the applications of the artificial intelligence in the following way. It gives the artificial intelligence gives more time to the learners. So at the name of the suggest that technology intelligent and it uses its ability to improve the network security over the time. That means it uses machine learning and deep learning to learn a business network behavior over the time, and it recognizes the pattern to network and clusters them. Then it proceeds to detect any deviations or security incidents from the normal behavior, respond to them. So this is one advantage for using the artificial intelligence. And another one is the artificial intelligence identifies the unknown threats. That means a human being may not be able to identify all the threats a company forces are facing. In every year, hackers launch hundreds of millions of attacks with different motives and in unknown forms. So the such unknown threats can be cause massive damage to network. Worse still, it is the impact they can have before detecting, identifying, and prevent them. So such attacks can be prevented by using the artificial intelligence. As a normal human being cannot detect them, but the artificial intelligence can detect the unknown threats well in advance. That gives a lot of protection to the companies, even the security also. And the artificial intelligence can handle a lot of data. A lot of data happens on a company network. An average, a mid-sized company itself has a huge traffic. That means there is a lot of data transferred between the customers and the business daily. This data needs protection from the malicious people and software, false software. So then the cyber security personnel cannot check all the traffic for possible threat, so that the artificial intelligence can easily handle such kind of lot of big data. So it gives a lot of protection. And the better vulnerability management system, that means it improves the better vulnerability management system. And as the human, we cannot predict and we cannot manage in a way, but as a machine, the artificial intelligence can manage the big data in a better way. And it also gives overall security. That means the business networks faces so many challenges time to time. The hackers change their tactics every day. That makes it difficult to prioritize security tasks at a company. You may have to deal with a phishing attacks along with the denial of servers attacks on reasonable or unknown way. So these attacks have similar potential, but you may not know what to deal with the first. The bigger threat that can be make security challenge or human error. So and negligence. Though here the solution is like to deploy artificial intelligence network to detect all types of attacks and helps it prioritize and prevent them. In this way, it prevents a lot of attacks and mal attacks and the malicious the data hacking. So it gives a better protection and internal security and the company security and the all business companies, those who are doing their day-to-day businesses. This gives a lot of protection. So in this way, the artificial intelligence plays very crucial role in upcoming days. It is in by 30 2035, every human's being life will be touched by the artificial intelligence. The robotic era and the artificial intelligence are going to play very crucial role. So in such a way, in even new education policy also touches about the artificial intelligence. They said that from the sixth class onwards, they have to introduce the in new education policies that on sixth class onwards, the artificial intelligence should be introduced in the classes. So that's in such a way it says that the significance of the artificial intelligence in coming years. So as India is advancing, we need the more artificial intelligence for security purpose and the protecting the data and so at the same time the human cannot be deviated replaced by the artificial intelligence. So the artificial intelligence should be used as much as our requirement, but beyond that, if you use this, it may go to beyond maybe in a other way. So my conclusion is that the artificial intelligence should be used for the security purpose and the management and the data management. Beyond that, we cannot use it because of the human beings. They cannot be replaced by the artificial intelligence. So in upcoming years, the artificial intelligence should be used in a proper way, and the security cyber security can be detected and that can be properly managed by the artificial by applications of the artificial intelligence. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Hello, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. End this today's session. और कोई प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहता है क्या? ओके, थैंक यू. आज के ये सत्र हम यहीं एंड करते हैं. कल भी हमारे 2 सत्र रहेंगे. फर्स्ट हमारे लेक्चर्स रहेंगे और सेकंड पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन. अगर कोई प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहता है तो वो अपना डिटेल्स हमारे मेल पर भेज सकते हैं, है ना. तो वो कल अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दे सकते हैं. इसमें भी हम 3 बेस्ट पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन सिलेक्ट करेंगे, जिसमें कल उनका चयन रहेगा. जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट हैं वो कल बताएंगे, है ना. तो प्लीज सेंड, है ना, एनी. अगर किसी ने भेजा नहीं तो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए भेज सकता है. जिसने आज दिया है वो अपना पीपीटी हमारे मेल पर भेज सकते हैं. उसी के बेसिस से हम आपको बेस्ट पेपर और प्रेजेंटेशन का अवार्ड हमारे एक्सपर्ट डिसाइड करेंगे. Okay, end this today's session. Please join tomorrow session. Okay, thank you.